Welcome everyone. I declare the Ordinary Council meeting of the 22nd of September 2020 held in Council Chambers at the City of Subiaco open at 5:33 p.m. I welcome councillors, staff, the media, members of the community. On behalf of the City of Subiaco, I acknowledge the Whadjuk Noongar people as the traditional custodians of this area. We recognise their cultural connection to the land and waterways of Subiaco and their continuing contribution to our city. Welcome everyone. Please note that this meeting is being recorded and live streamed from the city's website. By being present at this meeting, members of the public consent to the possibility that their image and voice may be live streamed to the public. Confidential sections of council meetings will not be live streamed or recorded, and recordings will be made available following the meeting. So councillors, we're now at item 2, attendance, apologies and leave of absence. We do have one apology from Councillor Mansfield, and I note we have 2 requests for leave of absence. So I have a leave of absence for Councillor McMullen for the month of October inclusive, and I also have one for Councillor De Vries for December, the month of December inclusive. So first we'll deal with Councillor McMullen's. Do I have a mover and a seconder, please? I think I had a rush of hands there. I think I had Councillor Hammersley and Councillor De Vries. Could I put that to the vote, please? And the motion is carried 11-0. And so a mover and seconder for Councillor De Vries. Thank you, Councillor Rowe and Councillor Phelan. Got that? If I could put that to the vote, please. Councillor Hammersley, we're just voting on Councillor De Vries' leave. Thank you. The motion is carried 11-0. We now move to item 3, declarations of interest. I understand we have a number of disclosures. Councillor Hammersley.
Thank you. I have 2. So the first is I, Angela Hammersley, am making a declaration in relation to agenda item C1 to be considered by Council at its meeting to be held on 22 September 2020. On 17 September 2020, it was alleged by a person that I have a proximity interest pursuant to Section 5.60B of the Local Government Act 1995, and that I may have a financial interest pursuant to Section 5.6A that preclude me from participating in item C1. Having considered the content of the Local Government Act, including Section 5.63 brackets 1 brackets A, and the nature of the redevelopment area that is the subject of C1, and the process presently being undertaken by Development WA, I do not agree that I am precluded from participating in item C1. However, given the political climate that I perceive to exist in Subiaco and Western Australia, I consider it to be too risky for me to participate in item C1 in the face of the allegations. Accordingly, the type of interest I am declaring without admission are proximity pursuant to Section 5.60B of the Local Government Act 1995 and financial pursuant to Section 5.6A of the Local Government Act 1995. The reason for my declaration is that I am the owner of a residential property at 3183 Roberts Road, Subiaco. I understand that the above information will be recorded in the minutes of the meeting and recorded by the Chief Executive Officer in an appropriate register. Thank you. My second one is I, Angela Hammersley, wish to declare an interest in the following item to be considered by Council at its meeting to be held on 22 September 2020, agenda item C3. The type of interest I wish to declare is impartiality pursuant to Regulation 11 of the Local Government Rules of Conduct Regulations 2007. The nature of my interest is I have a brother who is a member of the Onslow Park Tennis Club. I understand that the above information will be recorded in the minutes of the meeting and recorded by the Chief Executive Officer in an appropriate register. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other disclosures? Councillor Jennings?
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. I have two disclosures. I, Lynette Jennings, wish to declare an interest in the following item to be considered by Council at its meeting to be held on 22nd September 2020, agenda item C1. The type of interest I wish to declare is financial pursuant to section 560A of the Local Government Act, and in impartiality interest pursuant to Regulation 11 of the Local Government Rules of Conduct Regulations 2007. The nature of my interest is that I own property at 36 Subiaco Road, Subiaco, and as a beneficiary under the will of my late mother, have an interest in the property at 36A Subiaco Road, Subiaco, which property forms part of her estate, and any council decision in respect of item C1 may possibly have an effect on the value of my property. And then the second one relates to the same item. I, Lynette Jennings, wish to declare an interest in the following item to be considered by Council at its meeting to be held on 22 September 2020 regarding agenda item C1. The type of interest I wish to declare is proximity pursuant to section 560B of the Local Government Act. The nature of my interest is that I own a property at 36 Subiaco Road, Subiaco, and as a beneficiary under the will of my late mother, have an interest in the property at 36A Subiaco Road, Subiaco, which property forms part of her estate. A council decision in respect of item C1 may relate to the extended meaning of development being for the management or maintenance of land in the railway neighbourhood of the Subi East Draft Master Plan, specifically land in the railway reserve that is behind and has a common boundary with the rear boundaries of those properties. Thank you.
Any other disclosures of interest? So, councillors, we're coming to the public time in our meeting. Item 4 is response to previous public questions taken on notice, of which they are nil. And we'll move to public 5 question time, but I'll ask CEO Fruing to make a short statement.
Thank you. Well, good evening, Mayor, councillors and members of the gallery. It's a pleasure to be back at the City of Subiaco after such a long time. I'll just read a short statement in connection with entry and behaviours at the City. The conditions of entry and behaviour to this council meeting are contained in a statement displayed on the door on entry to the chamber. Please ensure you are familiar with the conditions so that the meeting can be conducted at an appropriate standard. Thank you.
So, councillors, we now move to public question time, and our first question is from Mr. Peter McDonald of 236 Onslow Road in Shenton Park.
On 17 April 2018, Council adopted its litigation policy, Policy 2.11. The policy requires the City and its representatives to deal with claims promptly. After Ms Matheson won her appeal in the case of Matheson and Local Government Standards Panel 2020 WASAT 26, she notified the City she intended to make a claim. On the 8th of May 2020, the CEO emailed Ms Matheson seeking details. On the 25th of May, Ms Matheson made her claim. From the 25th of May through until 19 August, a period of 86 days, Ms Matheson didn't hear back or receive any communication from any of the CEO, local government insurance scheme or the city's insurers Chubb Insurance to respond to or acknowledge to her claim or give her any receipt of the claim. On the 20th of August 2020, LGIS advised the claim would be responded to under the city's management liability insurance policy. Yesterday, I understand the insurer made a meaningful response on the claim, being 119 days after the claim was lodged, which sounds like a sensible move on the part of the city. Does the CEO consider Ms Matheson's claim has been dealt with promptly and in compliance with the Policy 2.11 and the city's obligations under the common law to conduct itself as a model litigant?
Director of Corporate Services.
Through you, Mayor Taylor. The city's litigation policy 2.11 relates to civil claims and civil litigation involving the city. As Mr McDonald has correctly stated, the SAC case was between Miss Matheson and the Local Government Standards Panel, and the city was not a litigant. Therefore, the policy 2.11 does not apply. The response provided to Councillor Matheson's public questions outlined at the ordinary meeting on the 18th of August stated that the city had been notified by its insurers that they were communicating directly with Miss Matheson on a number of occasions regarding the claim during this period. We understand that the city's insurers are waiting on a response from Miss Matheson in relation to their most recent correspondence, and as this claim has been lodged with the city's insurers, the City of Subiaco cannot provide further comment, including a time frame for the insurers to finalise their deliberations.
Our second question is from Mr Andrew Devitt, 21 Finlayson Street of Subiaco.
Thank you, Mayor, Councillors and CEO. My questions relate to item 11.1 on the agenda, swings and hoops. My first question, the Verge Policy Management Guidelines of January 2012 states that under non-compliant use that the construction, installation of tree houses and other play structures and equipment within the Verge is not considered appropriate due to safety issues. What are these safety issues, and specifically what safety issue does a toddler swing pose? And my second question is, are these concerns related to any form of public liability insurance matters? And if so, what historical claims have been made against this insurance in the last 2 years, specifically related to children's play equipment on verges? Thank you.
Manager for Operations and Environmental Services.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Taylor. Safety issues are not only limited to the type of play structures installed, but also on how it attaches to the tree, the damage that may be caused by this attachment, and the safety of the branch or health of the tree. Your answer to question 2, the city is not aware of any claims made in relation to play equipment on verges during this period.
Thank you. Our next question is from Ms Helen Leader, 3 Cuthbert Street of Shenton Park.
Good evening. My question refers to responses previously given by the Director of Corporate Services concerning the annotation to the minutes of the 14th of August 2018 Ordinary Council meeting, the annotation occurring sometime in January 2019. And I thank the Director for his patience. Will he now advise this Council and ratepayers of when he advised SAT via the Department of Local Government and the Solicitor General of the annotation to the minutes? Thank you.
Director of Corporate Services.
Through you, Mayor Taylor. The city has never been a party to a state administrative tribunal regarding an annotation of the minutes, and as a consequence there was no reason for, to provide any advice. As previously provided, the annotation to the minutes of the ordinary council meeting held over 2 years ago was made to accurately reflect an administrative or adjust for an administrative error.
Our next question is from Ms Mary McFarlane, 11 Francis Street, Subiaco.
Thank you. Just a reminder that I do have a speech impediment, so if I am not fluent, please bear with me. My first question, there's been much talk about reducing red tape by local and state governments. However, it is government and public sector organisations operating with a silo or blinkered mentality that prevent the sharing of ideas, knowledge and information, which results in major failures of efficiency and competence and the cover-up of blunders, all of which work against ratepayers and taxpayers. In view of this, I would like to know if anyone from the City of Subiaco has formally raised the state government's requirement for 8 hectares of land for Bob Hawke College with the Department of Planning and/or the Department of Education. If not, could a detailed explanation please be provided? If so, could full details please be provided, for example, when, by whom, what was asked? Question 2. In attachment 1 to item C1 of tonight's agenda, City of Subiaco planning staff have stated that the LPS identifies Subi East as a targeted growth area of 2,900 new homes, a figure that they say may well be exceeded if the railway line is capped and developed at a future date. In view of these figures for current, let alone possible future new dwellings, has anyone from the City of Subiaco formally requested that 4 hectares of land in the Subi East precinct be set aside for at least 1 new government primary school as required by Draft Operational Policy 2.4, Planning for School Sites, August 2020, by the Department of Planning, Lands and Heritage and the Western Australian Planning Commission, and also required by the Livable Neighbourhoods Draft 2015 policy by the Department of Planning and the Western Australian Planning Commission. If not, could a detailed explanation please be provided? If so, could full details please be provided? Example, when, by whom, what was asked? Thank you.
Thank you. The Manager for Planning Services.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Taylor. In response to your first question, the design and development of public schools is a state government matter. City officers understand that the land area for Bob Hawke College is reduced from that normally provided for public schools due to its development as an inner city college. In response to your second question, the city's draft local planning strategy and draft local planning scheme, as they were at the time draft, were provided to the Department of Education during public consultation. The Department of Education provided a submission recommending that the city work with the Metropolitan Redevelopment Authority, now Development WA, to identify land within the Subi East area to meet the long-term needs for additional early childhood learning facilities. The Department of Education is a key stakeholder in the planning for Subiaco East and is responsible for considering demand for public schools. Funding for capping the railway line was not allocated as part of the business case for Subiaco East.
Our next question is from Ms Fleur Hogan, 21 Finlayson Street, Subiaco.
Good evening. Fleur's not here, so I am reading it on her behalf. This question relates to agenda item 11.1, swings and hoops. The question is, council staff have advised in the agenda that the Activities and Thoroughfares Local Law 2014 does not allow any discretion. Yet the City of Vincent achieved exactly that in 2018 by amending their verge policy to allow for a more common sense approach to these matters. Given all local governments essentially operate in the same legislative environment with the same legal obligations, if it was possible at the City of Vincent, how is it not possible at the City of Subiaco? Have the council staff investigated the actions of other local councils to explore what can be achieved, or at a minimum undertaken any serious community consultation in this matter? So the second question that Fleur's put is, can council advise how a revised policy would contravene the local law, which specific clause in the Activities and Thoroughfares Local Law 2014 prohibits the attachment of a swing to a tree? There appears to be nothing specific in Clause 2.1, General Prohibitions, with the exception of 2.1 F, play or participate in any game or sport so as to cause danger to any person or thing, or impede the movement of vehicles or persons on a thoroughfare. And if it is this clause, how is the perceived danger assessed?
Thank you. The Manager for Operations and Environment Services, please.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Taylor. In response to question 1, to allow the discretion mentioned in your question, the City of Vincent amended their local law, which allowed their street tree policy to be reviewed specifically to allow these kinds of attachments to a street tree. For the city to be able to afford the same levels of discretion, the city's Activities in Thoroughfares and Public Places local law would need to be amended. In response to question 2, the relevant clause is 2.1F of the local law, and as previously stated, safety issues are not only limited to the type of play structure installed, but also to how it attaches to the tree, the damage that may be caused by this attachment, and the safety of the branch or health of the tree.
Thank you. We now come to public statement time. We have several public statements, and the first is from Mr. Andrew Devitt.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillors, further to my questions on item 11.1, I find it interesting that the two elected members' motions brought at tonight's meeting are concerned with the availability and accessibility of public space, green space and play space. I am heartened that it seems some elected members seem willing to support a common sense approach to making our street verges places for community engagement and play. I am, however, disheartened that council staff seem to default to a position of bureaucracy and red tape, citing the inflexibility of local laws and policies and the mechanism to change them. As previously stated by another question, it's my understanding that all local governments essentially operate in the same legislative environment. And we've already referred to the City of Vincent, who have acted on this recent matter. So I too question why it is impossible in the City of Subiaco. It seems to me that the only obstacle is a decision by council. And I think it comes down to the kind of place and community that Subiaco wants to nurture. The City of Vincent changed its position and policy in May 2018 simply because the council wanted to encourage children to play outdoors. Does the City of Subiaco want to encourage children to play outdoors? The City of Subiaco's strategic community plan suggests that it does. I quote the city's vision: in 2030, the City of Subiaco is a unique, popular and welcoming place. The city celebrates its rich history while embracing the diversity and vitality of the present. The parks, public spaces, events and recreational opportunities are easily accessible and promote a happy and healthy lifestyle for all. I'd also draw your attention to some of the objectives of the strategic community plan that this proposal, I believe, directly supports. Objective 1.2.1 and Objective 1.2.2. Our street, Finlayson Street, has a very diverse demographic. There is a regular and consistent presence on the verges of our street where the very young frequently interact with the elderly on our street. It has a strong sense of community and vibrancy, driven in large part by the children and parents playing on the verges. We put swings on our verges to encourage play on those spaces so that we may interact with our neighbours. To quote Objectives 1.2 and 1.2 of the strategic plan, these are recreation amenities that foster a sense of community and offer a range of recreation and social opportunities for all ages, where people can meet, socialise and feel part of the community. I also refer to Objective 1.2.3 to contribute to a safe environment for the community. The increased presence on our front verges gives our elderly neighbours a feeling of safety throughout the city. This is quoting the objective. A sense of being looked out for by the community. A recent home breaking attempt was thwarted. Thank you.
Just give me a moment, please. If I could have your attention, please. My apologies. If I will need to go back to public questions. It's been brought to my attention that we have 2 more public questions on our agenda, and we will come back to those before we proceed with the public statements. So thank you, Mr. Devitt, for your statement. We will get to everybody's statement, but first we'll cover off on the public questions, and our next public question is from Mr. David Stewart, 159 Nicholson Road in Shenton Park, please.
So I'm reading these questions out on behalf of David Stewart. The first question, this again relates to agenda item 11.1, swings and hoops. The first question is, for the guidance of ratepayers, what decisions have been made within the City of Subiaco at an operational level about the activities of ratepayers to install temporary and transportable playground equipment on street verges within the city's boundaries? And the second question is, since the 1st of January 2020, how many fines and how many warnings have been issued by city officials to ratepayers about the installation by ratepayers of temporary and transportable playground equipment on street verges?
Manager for Operations and Environmental Services.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Taylor. Your answer to question 1, temporary and transportable playground equipment on street verges within the city's boundaries is currently not permitted as per the city's Activities and Thoroughfares Local Law 2014. In response to your second question, no fines have been issued and approximately 22 notices to remove equipment have been issued this year.
Our next statement is from Ms. Sharon Williams of City Beach. If you'd like to, the questions. Ms. Sharon Williams, if you'd like to ask your question, please.
I'm up here again talking about Subi East, which has been a passion of mine for about 3 years or more now, and also as a previous resident and a current volunteer in Subiaco. So this is about the draft master plan, which is coming up as C1. And question 1 is, the Council's adopted decisions of 30th of January 2018 and 20th of June 2017 both clearly stated the community's and city's intent or requirement to include the replacement 1.73 hectares of active green playing fields in addition to the school or Subiaco Oval via the points made in my submitted questions. I refer to the resolutions at the Special Council meeting of the 30th of January 2018 and the 20th of June 2017 regarding the importance of retaining the 1.73 hectares of active green playing fields. As you have the relevant points in front of you, not all of them there. It's always good to go back and read those that resolution. It was a very, very, well, I thought a very good one, particularly the June 2017. I won't read them out tonight. My question is, could the responsible city officer or CEO please explain why the 1.73 hectares of replacement active green playing fields that has not been included as one of the recommendations in attachment number 1 to align with and meet the adopted council's decisions? It appears the non-inclusion is contrary to the formal council decisions. And question 2, in attachment number 1 of the city's agenda item for C1, the report states, the city understands that Development WA was unable to accommodate the 1.73 hectares of active playing fields in addition to Subiaco Oval. What proof or evidence does the city have to support their acceptance and use of the word unable to, rather than a more apt description of unwilling to provide the replacement 1.73 hectares of active green playing fields? Please provide copies of any proof, rationale or evidence which supports the case that 1.73 hectares of replacement active green playing fields cannot fit within the Subiaco redevelopment area. Thank you.
Thank you. Manager for Planning Services.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Taylor. The third paragraph of attachment 1 states the following. The draft master plan does not deliver 1.73 hectares of active playing fields in addition to the Subiaco oval surface, which the city has been advocating for on an ongoing basis. The city's existing active playing fields have been experiencing capacity issues for some time, and the Subi East redevelopment project provides a sound opportunity to address this. Development WA is encouraged to pursue additional opportunities to support the city and incorporate more active playing fields in the Subi East redevelopment area. The city reasserts that Development WA should further investigate this in the context of addressing the city's detailed comments on the draft master plan. And that's the end of the quote. In response to your second question, on 22 July 2020, Development WA presented a community information webinar which was open for public view and remains available on the Development WA website. During this webinar, Development WA detailed the considerations regarding public open space, which informed the draft master plan, including the allocation of active open space. Officers understand that this information was also presented to the community reference group.
Thank you. We'll now resume public statements. We have several public statements, and our next public statement is from Mr. David Townsend regarding 645 Hay Street in Jolimont. If you'd like to come and share your statement, please. Is Mr. David Townsend here? Okay. We do have Mr. Townsend's statement, so we will take that as read in the minutes. So our next statement is from Ms. Mary McFarlane, 11 Francis Street in Subiaco.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. This statement is made to item C1 of tonight's agenda. I was at a loss to know how or where to start the statement, as I have sent emails to the Mayor and all councillors about my serious concerns with the draft master plan, but there are always more concerns uncovered the more I read the planning policies associated with this infill development. Regardless, however, of all the pros and cons regarding the height of the buildings, the location of buildings, the trees, the smurf, and everything else, in my opinion, there are just two key issues. One, of absolute vital importance is the fact that 2 hectare site on which Bob Hawke College sits is grossly and totally inadequate for a high school in Western Australia. The Department of Planning and the WAPC have joint planning policies for schools which clearly state that high schools need 10 to 11 hectares of land. In the case where a high school adjoins public open space, such as Subiaco Oval, the land requirement drops to 8 hectares. The City of Subiaco must not stand by and allow the students of Bob Hawke College to be cheated of sufficient space. These are our children and grandchildren, and it is absolutely wrong that they are required to learn and play in a grossly undersized school environment, in complete and utter breach of the Western Australian Government's planning policies. 2. The second issue is the provision of a suitably sized site for primary school, as again required by Department of Planning and the WAPC planning policies for schools. These policies clearly state that in redevelopment areas such as Subiaco East, a primary school is required for every 1,500 new dwellings. The minimum number of new dwellings in Subi East is estimated by City of Subiaco staff, planning staff, to be at least 2,900, which therefore requires the provision of nearly 2 new primary schools, not just 1. It is also a requirement by Department of Planning and the WAPC that the developer of the redevelopment site is fully responsible for providing a suitable site of 4 hectares for each new primary school, with the land ceded to the Department of Education at no cost. The developer in this case, of course, is Development WA and the state government. Therefore, when Development WA and the state government allocate the 8 hectares of land for Bob Hawke College and a further 4 hectares of land for primary school, that will be a total of 12 hectares of land in the Subiaco Oval precinct allocated to schools. The oval itself is approximately 2 hectares, so that will use up almost the entire sites. That is the outcome we should all be advocating for, that we must be advocating for. Anything less will be a gross betrayal of our children and grandchildren, the current and future students of Bob Hawke College, and the rapidly growing number of primary school students in the area. Thank you.
The next statement is from Mr. James Edwards of 13 Cuthbert Street in Subiaco.
Thank you. I'm the president of Onslow Park Tennis Club, located in Rosalie Park, and I would like to thank the council for giving consideration to item C3 on tonight's agenda. The club is very grateful to the city for supporting the club and for the excellent work the staff who have looked after our courts over the many years. Waiving the maintenance fees for the court maintenance for the first part of the year made a great difference to the club and was applauded by members at our recent AGM. In preparing tonight's report, the staff have worked with the club in a very constructive and positive way over the past few months, and I would like to thank them for their positive attitude and dedication in putting together this evening's recommendation, particularly given the additional demands made on their time with the COVID pressures. The tennis club is thriving. It's well run with a strong and diverse body of volunteers. It continues to be very progressive, more than doubling membership and greatly increasing participation with coaching programs and activities throughout the year. In a move to further grow opportunities to play, the club proposes to install lights to 4 of the 7 grass courts. This will enable people to play tennis on a forgiving natural surface after work and avoiding the harshest summer sunshine. If approved, Onslow Park Tennis Club will be the first in the metropolitan area to offer grass court tennis play at night. The club values the good relationship with the city, and we believe that the measures proposed under this item tonight will give both the club and the city greater certainty and will benefit the community with improved facilities and access. Thank you.
Our next statement is from Mr. Paul Clements of Barker Road in Subiaco.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor and councillors. I wish to make a statement on item C1 of the agenda. CB East Draft Master Plan. The report on the CB East Draft Master Plan states that there are positives, but when the green space playing fields are taken from the community for residential development and profit, this is a negative. This is a permanent, irreversible, overriding negative. Any independent assessment by either a professional or layman will come to that conclusion. When a city is being planned, land is set aside for use such as road, education, parks, gardens, playing fields. These requirements are inalienable and must not be negotiated. That is what planners did over here 100 years ago. That is what planners do around the world. The current shortage of playing fields has been demonstrated by the Cardno report. The shortage will be hugely exacerbated in the near future with massive development planned in the immediate area. If when the first major redevelopment occurs on Recreation Reserve, a large area is sold off for residential purposes, this is a planning catastrophe. This is not a short-term mistake that can be rectified. It is a permanent blight and create a lack of playing fields for Subiaco residents now and in the future, forever. There is no provision for further school or other community requirements. This aspect of the plan should be strenuously rejected at the highest level. It is contrary to all planning requirements and contrary to the wishes of the residents of Subiaco. Subiaco must continue to demand the redevelopment provides 1.72 hectares of additional playing fields. I would also say that this would be the first time a recreation reserve has been developed for residential purposes against the wishes of the council. This would be the first time in West Australia it's ever occurred on a recreation reserve. It would be disgusting. So there's a lesson for local governments. Do not part with your reserves under any circumstances as well. Thank you.
Thank you. That brings us to the conclusion of the public time in our meeting. We're at item 7, and we have no petitions or approved deputations. So, councillors, we come to item 8, which is the confirmation of minutes of previous meetings. As some of you might be aware, these minutes, as far as I can tell, I had not seen all of them until this afternoon. So, at present, I'm finding it difficult to think about assessing these ones just because I haven't seen them. I'm not sure if other councillors have caught up with these. When that's been the case before, due to a timing of them coming on the agenda before elected members have had an opportunity to review them, to confirm them, we have let them lapse and have had them brought to the next meeting to allow us time to review them. So that's how we've handled it before. So if any elected, I'll be calling for a mover and a seconder, and if there isn't a mover and a seconder, then we will consider them at our October OCM. So is there any movers and seconders for the minutes as listed on the agenda? No, then I'll call that lapse. Director of Corporate Services is asking me to do it for each one. Do I have a mover and a seconder for 8.1? That's a no. Do I have a mover and a seconder for 8.2? That's lapsed. Do I have a mover and a seconder for 8.3? That's lapsed. And a mover and a seconder for 8.4? That's lapsed as well. Thank you, councillors. So, councillors, at item 9, announcements by the presiding member without discussion. Just a couple of quick points. As I did mention at the briefing last week, firstly, I'd like to thank Director Hawkins for his time as acting CEO, and of course, I'd like to formally welcome our new acting CEO, Cliff Ruing, to our first OCM, where he is assisting. Thank you. Cliff comes to the City of Subiaco with over 40 years' experience in local government, and it is a privilege to work alongside such an experienced CEO. Council is really looking forward to continuing the good work of the city. And just a little bit of news before we start our decision-making time as a council. You may have noticed on the way into Chambers that there's a brand new tree that has been planted adjacent to the pathway just out the front. This is a ginkgo biloba tree that was planted yesterday on the International Day of Peace to recognise 75 years since the atomic bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki in Japan. This tree was grown from seeds originating from one of the few ginkgo trees that survived the bombing in Hiroshima in 1945 and continues to bear fruit annually. The seeds were gifted to us by the City of Fremantle as part of the International Mayors for Peace group, which was established in 1982 by a former mayor of Hiroshima to promote lasting world peace. This tree is extremely special, and it is a privilege to have it planted in front of Chambers to help share the message of peace and friendship. And I do hope that this tree serves as an important reminder for our community and visitors for many years to come. And I do hope for us here as elected members, it helps serve to give us perspective as we make our decisions. When we walk into this Chambers, we will pass that tree that has come from a tree that survived a horrible act of war, but now represents the hope of global peace. And we come in here and make our decisions on relatively small things in comparison to that. But we are fortunate to make decisions in a peacetime, and we do make decisions that are to serve our community. Our actions and our interactions with each other should reflect respect and community service, and we do have an opportunity to be reminded of that perspective. It is an honour to be elected representatives, and all of us should put serving our community as our highest priority, and it's a really good reminder on the way in. So thank you. So councillors, we come to item 10, officer reports. For the information of the public gallery, it is intended that a number of recommendations presented to this meeting will be grouped together and passed en bloc, as no amendments or alternative motions have been received from elected members for these recommendations. I'll now ask the meeting whether there are any other agenda items to be withdrawn from the en bloc vote. We have items C2, and we will remove C3 due to the declaration. We have C2, C5 and C6 in the en bloc vote. Councillor Hammersley. So we have C2 and C6 in the en bloc vote. Do I have a mover and a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Davis. And seconded, Councillor Rowe. Could I call the vote on that, please? So just doing items C2 and C6. And the motion is carried 11-0. So councillors, will start with C1, Subiaco East Draft Master Plan Development WA referral. On your reports, it's either page 2 or 3, depending if you're reading off the agenda briefing or the OCM, but that's where we're at. We have the officer's recommendation on page 2. On page 3, if you're looking at the other agenda, and I note we have an amendment from Councillor Rowe and from Councillor Powell. So on the officer's recommendation, do I have a mover and a seconder on this one, please? Thank you. Thank you, Councillor McMullen. Do I have a seconder? Well, it's not going to lapse. I'm assuming we are going to want to make something to the department. No, this is the motion before we get to the amendments. I'll second it because I know we've got a number of amendments, so people will want to move that. So, Councillor McMullen, did you want to speak to C1?
Yeah, firstly, greetings from the public gallery. Someone's moved my chair this evening and it's a bit weird sitting here, but we do what we can. I thought I'd move this item so we can get on to the amendments. I don't have much to say about the officer recommendation, but I'm looking forward to getting on to Councillor Rowe and Councillor Powell's amendments so that what's sent to Development WA better reflects what Council thinks.
I'll reserve my right. So, Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor. You may want to apply, since you're entering into this 4-point whatever, that the presiding member may enter in the debate.
Sure, but I just said I'm not entering the debate. I just said I'd reserve my right. So unless you want me to say under 4.7 and 4.8, I reserve my right to debate the item at a later point in the meeting. But what I'm looking for now is someone who either wants to speak against the motion or would like to test their amendment. Would you like to? Is that where you had your hand up, Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I appreciate the work that the staff have done in this report. They've really done quite a good job outlining all the issues, all the considerations. And that's part of my problem of actually agreeing to some sort of approval support of the Development WA project, because it's so, it falls so short of some very major concerns. The obvious one is the 1.73 hectare and the lack of provision of any additional sports space for Subiaco, additional sports space to the Oval. The very fact that the school has been built on such a limited block of land. The fact that they have moved in, as Councillor Clements rightly pointed out, into a recreational reserve and converted into a residential development. Admittedly, we did seek out to put 2,900 dwellings there ourselves to meet our quota. But there remains a concern of the unlimited heights and the location of those towers and so on. 18 plus buildings is the way it is presented, and some of the other sites are unlimited as targeted sites. I could go on, obviously, with all the issues, and in fact, the report, I was so impressed by it, I actually printed it out, which is something I'm trying to move away from these days, by the staff. The report by them. For example, the fact that the Hay Street and Roberts Road two-way configuration still hasn't been dealt with. We asked the other night at the briefing whether they considered the rail capping and what extra land may well be available, and whether that land could provide for extra sport or development. And that obviously hadn't even been considered by Development WA. That's an obvious disappointment. The potential cultural space hasn't been addressed appropriately for us. back to the heights and so on. As I said, the staff have done a very good job on this. So unless we sort of say, add something to the staff recommendation and strengthen our concern and strengthen our recommendations to the improvement that this development, that this report has been provided to us, I just can't support it. Thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Rowe, did you want to test your amendment?
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. Yes, I think what we need to do here is be upfront about certain concerns, things that I think should be put up front. We've already heard about the open space, and I agree with that. I would have thought, and I batted for it at the time, that the school should have been decked higher and left more space. But it is what it is now. There's not much we can do about it.
I'm sorry to jump in, Councillor. I just wanted to check. So you're happy to move yours now, so I'll look for a seconder and then I'll let you keep speaking on it. Do I have a seconder for Councillor Rowe's amendment? Councillor Davis, thank you. Please continue, Councillor Rowe.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just want to take you back a number of years of when the city got involved and being asked to provide a brilliant oval for the AFL as it started. So that precipitated a peppercorn lease, $1 a year, between the Football Commission and the city. The reason I speak to that is that here we are now, many years later, with an arrangement whereby the Football Commission, and well done, they've negotiated some land and something they can do on that land of their own doing and have access to the use of the oval. So you've got to ask yourself, what does the city have? So the city is being offered an arrangement that is highly encumbered, very expensive to the cost of the ratepayers of the city of Subiaco. So I've added a few things to the primary resolution, and some of them might look trivial, but they're important to the city. And I think we should be upfront, right up front, that first of all, the terminology now is to provide free title land to the city, as they've done to the Football Commission. So I would, and that's free of encumbrance, as I've put in there in point 2. That's the first thing that I think that we should be upfront. It may not be a likely outcome, but I think we should be asking for it, just the same as the Football Commission did. You might note that because of the Smurf not proceeding at this stage of the game, that there's a footprint being proposed outside Kitchener Park, which is what the primary public consultation involved in regard to the school, now encroaching on what was seemingly Subiaco Oval and its surrounds. So I've put that in there, that I think we should be saying we need to go back and ask the public if you're going to put temporary courts or anything on or outside the bounds of Kitchener Park. So that becomes point 3. The city is obviously going to suffer from a lot of public transport impositions. There's been a lot of talk in the community about that. So something that was just brushed aside earlier, I think should be put in. This is point 4, which is to talk about a drop-off and a pick-up zone on the Cambridge side, in conjunction with the agreement of Cambridge, on Railway Parade. A bit like Scotch College does in Swanbourne. They have a parallel road, a small laneway where people can come in and drop off and pick up. I think that would be a good initiative. Eventually providing a walk bridge would be fantastic. So I think that should be further explored. I've put that in there as point 4. Now, I know the public access through public transport has been talked about, but one of the very sensitive issues over the years has been the 97 bus linking QE2, areas of Nedlands and the university back to Subiaco on weekends. That's not only our shopping facility, amenity that we've got to offer on weekends, but more importantly, now we're going to have a catchment of children playing on Subiaco Oval and could easily be accessed by the 97 bus, and they will be mostly on weekends, hopefully, when they're playing. So being upfront and putting that in there, I mean, I'd like to think that the cat bus would be explored as well and being brought out from the city. That would be fantastic if we could finally link ourselves with the city. And when you consider the number of people being proposed to live in this precinct, it'll need all the access it can get. So there, that becomes point 5. So we've put that in the primary amendment. It's a primary amendment in the primary resolution. I just would have see what you want to say about it. Thank you.
Councillor Davis, did you want to speak?
Thanks. Excuse me. Thanks, Mayor Taylor. Yeah, I'll just say a few words. I'm happy to support the amendment. I feel like it adds some important points that Councillor Rowe's just gone through to what is, I think, a pretty comprehensive commentary. And I think that's what we have to remember here, that's what we're looking at. At no time does this report endorse or support the draft Subi East Master Plan. It's simply the City of Subiaco comments. It's comprehensive. It mentions all of the things that have been a concern for us and our community. It talks about the potential for a multi-use recreational facility. It talks about the potential for a cultural space directly behind the heritage gates. It talks about the 1.73 hectares of active playing fields. It comprehensively addresses transportation issues, pedestrians, bicycles, vehicles, parking, public transport, and the two-weighing of Roberts and Hay. It talks about the capping of the rail line. In fact, it probably labours the point. It encourages consideration of how Subi East fits into its context of the town of Cambridge and the city of Perth. It talks about building heights, the location of those buildings, the need for wind engineering. It talks about private land ownership and the difficulties around that to the north or in the railway neighbourhood. And it addresses noise concerns, sight lines, tree removal, so on. So, look, I'm happy to support the motion, and I'm also happy to support Councillor Rowe's amendments. I think they're worthwhile additions. They don't reiterate what's already been outlined in the staff report, and I also like the fact that they're part of the substantive motion as opposed to additional items in the amendment. In the appendix, in the attachment. Thanks.
Further speakers on Councillor Rowe's amendment? Councillor Stroud.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to start with first a question. I just want to understand how these amendments are meant to sit with the staff recommendation and subsequent report. I don't know how they fit into it, and perhaps that can be explained to us. Thank you.
Manager for Planning Services.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Taylor. The amendments will be part of the council resolution, and therefore the council resolution will be expanded to include the amendments. The first part of the resolution remains at the city's recommended attachment, then also becomes council's position and is also forwarded to the Development WA and the subsequent points that are provided in the amendment.
So thank you. So through you, Mayor, just to make that clear, we have the staff report and then an additional council decision with the attached amendments that we've supported. Okay, thank you. Look, I like parts of this amendment of Councillor Rowe. I especially like point 2 and 3. I do respect the staff's comment on point 4 because I believe that's going outside the zone, talking about railway parade. And I'm a little confused about an installation of a walk bridge over the rail. Perhaps Councillor Rowe can just clarify that because we do have an underpass. So through you, Mayor, Is there a way of answering Councillor Rowe? Is he aware that we do actually have an underpass?
Councillor Rowe.
We might cast our minds back to the earlier plans that it was further along where the opportunity for both those to drop off and pick up could be. I'm not saying that it's 100% foolproof, but I think we should be pushing for it and encouraging them to approach the town of Cambridge to install it further down the road. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rose. So it's an associated walk bridge. It's going to relate to the, to no doubt the drop-off zone on Railway Parade further up. Okay, that I understand that better. I really don't think the 97 bus service fits here. I'd prefer that actually was dropped. I believe, really, from my memory, part of the 97 bus service was our concern with the cost. It was a decision made by the city because of its expense, and we wanted more support because we felt the surrounding local governments and so on were getting benefit but were not contributing. It's my memory. Might be a bit rusty on that, but I do think it just takes us out to another level. So my suggestion is I'm happy to support this, perhaps if we can vote on them individually or leave number 5 out. Thank you, Mayor.
Others, Councillor Blake.
Thank you, Mayor. I think that there should be no private buildings built on the reserve. There should only be public buildings and green open sports space. We should not be privatising profits and socialising costs. The cost of the community are the lack of open sports space, crowded Rosalie Park, children turned away from playing sports, privacy issues for users of the Oval, and these proposed blocks of flats will make the area congested. There will be parking and infrastructure issues, and the list goes on. And I think that the Subi East Draft Master Plan doesn't address these issues, and neither of the amendments address, well, they don't mention the removal of private buildings either, although Councillor Powers does emphasise the council's position on 1.73 hectares, which might be the removal of private buildings might be an answer to this, so I'm leaning towards the later amendment, although I also don't like that we are approving the draft master plan. So I'm not quite sure what I'm going to do yet, but I'll listen to debate. Thank you.
Any other speakers on the amendment? Councillor McMullen.
Can I just start with 2 questions through you, Mayor Taylor? The first relates to Councillor Rowe's point 3, which concerns any further development on the outside of the original boundaries of Kitchener Park. The officer comment notes that council's already provided some commentary on the development application relating to Bob Hawke. So I suppose what I'm wondering is, have we lost the opportunity to voice some objection to any further development which might encroach outside of the original Kitchener Park boundaries? That's my first question.
Management for Planning Services.
Thank you. And through you, Mayor Taylor, if there was to be another application, then the application will be required to be referred to the council and they will have the opportunity to comment.
The second question relates to the 97 bus. I'm just a little bit unclear on where the 97 bus actually used to run in relation to Subiaco East. If it's tangentially relevant to Subiaco East, I'm inclined to support the inclusion of 5, but if the bus service never went anywhere near Subiaco East, then I'd find it a bit odd putting it in, but perhaps there's someone who can clarify where the 97 bus used to run.
Yep. Manager for Planning Services.
Thank you for everyone's consultation. The 97 bus runs all the way through to Crawley and connecting Subiaco train station through Subiaco. It runs primarily north-south on Rockaby Road. So it goes from, if you think through Rockaby Road all the way up to the train station. It doesn't actually go into the Subi East redevelopment area.
Yeah, all right. Well, I might as well speak about the amendments now. I'm happy to support all five. I really see no harm in putting in things which might be dismissed as irrelevant, but it's an opportunity for council to put our voice forward on some issues which are relevant to Subiaco East, despite the fact that they may not all fall within Development WA's jurisdiction, or in the case of the 97 bus, actually go within the redevelopment area. All the things in points 1 to 5 do seem to have some bearing on the Subiaco East master plan, so I'll be supportive of all five. Thanks.
Further speakers on the amendment? Councillor.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. I think Councillor Rowe's proposal that there should be a contribution is probably quite a reasonable one. I think some of the other points that he's making are also quite good. I am not convinced about the 97 bus, but if it's a question of supporting the others and the 97 bus, then that's probably the way I'd go, I think.
Further speakers under 4.7 and 4.8. I'd like to enter debate on the amendment. I'd hear the points that councillors are raising around some of the, I think Councillor McMullen called it tangential relationship between some of these items and Subiaco East. But what I would say is, as Mayor, often when speaking on these items, it is really helpful for me in talking about what the needs of Subiaco are when I'm able to list the things that really do look at the livability of an area. And so things where we talk about two-way hay, which is mentioned quite a bit in the officer's report, and I note the compliments on that already from elected members. But having things like the 97 bus, which for those of you who may get a reasonable amount of resident correspondence about it, which I do, residents regularly ask for that service to be resumed on weekends. That is a persistent request. Opportunities such as this, where it is the state government making decisions on issues that affect us as a local government, we do have the chance to raise it again, and it's different. It might be different government departments, but it is in the end the government making the decisions on these things, and by raising them in amendments, as Councillor Rowe has done, just gives us a chance to again say, yep, okay, you might be talking about that, but we are talking about the things that we know our community wants, and we do know that our community wants to make sure that the traffic arrangements around the redevelopment are handled well. We know our community wants a good interaction between West Leederville and Subiaco, and for that to be addressed appropriately. And we do know our community wants services such as the 97 bus to be resumed on weekends. I just think it's an opportunity for us to remind the state government of the things that our community wants. So I'll be looking to support the amendment. So any further speakers before I look to putting the amendment to the vote? Councillor Stroud, I think I do have you down as speaking. Is it a question?
Thank you, Mayor. Because I just want to clarify this issue on the 97 bus service, because I'm sure it was a matter of financing the bus service rather than it taken away from us. So is there anybody up there through you, thank you, Mayor, who has the memory of this, who can clarify the issue?
Having had to speak on it several times, my recollection, and I'm happy to be corrected, although I don't have anyone rushing for the microphone, is that there was a component of how the costs were managed. However, I think what I liked was clear in Councillor Rowe's amendment is that it doesn't talk about costs or how to do it. It just says we would like the city supports the reinstatement of the 97 bus, and whether that's managed through improved CAT services, whether that's the 97 bus itself on weekends, the city supports the way that we manage the traffic issues. The 97 bus is a clear thing to point to in terms of a service, and it does go both ways. It doesn't just go from the train station to Crawley, it comes from Crawley to Subiaco, and that is where you'd probably get off to go to the Oval. Councillor Stroud? Manager for Planning Services.
Thank you. And through you, Mayor Taylor, when public transport and bus routes are planned, it's generally done on demand. So there's an assessment undertaken by the Public Transport Authority to understand the demand profile for bus services. Now, if there's a low level of demand, there is an option for parties and local governments to actually fund a bus service, and it is just a question of funding for that service. So I don't think there would be any issue per se from the Public Transport Authority, but we would need to investigate funding options and someone to fund those as well. So that could be a local government, it could be a number of local governments, and it would need to be an ongoing thing as well.
If there's no further debate on the amendment, I'll look at calling the vote on the amendment. Okay, I'll call the vote on the amendment, please. So the amendment is carried 8-1. So, councillors, we now have the officer's recommendation plus Councillor Rowe's amendment, and we also have an amendment from Councillor Powell. Councillor Powell, did you want to test your amendment? So if you say yes, I'll look to you and then I'll look for a seconder and then I'll come back to you to speak on that.
Well, I'm pondering this at the moment, Mayor, considering the discussion and debate tonight and the public statements. With your indulgence, could I test whether the mover of the substantive motion would be willing to consider a very small amendment which may address whether I need to put this as an amendment?
I guess I'd need to know how small. Like if we're talking a minor wording change, I think that's what we can do, but if it's more extensive than that, we might need to test it.
No, it's in relation to attaching the Cardno report to the officer's recommendation and making sure that it is available.
Thank you. And through Mayor Taylor, it is officers' understanding that Development WA are aware of the Cardno report, and it is a public document. There's no issue in sending it to Development WA again, or attaching it, or officers providing it to them. We, as I understand, the Cardno report and through that the Kitchener Common Master Plan was extensively considered by Development WA, and I've seen some webinar where they've considered it, so I don't see any issue in providing that.
Through you, Mayor, the point of it is simply to emphasise that this is a really important part about the lack of sporting space, so active sporting space. So
Oh, my apologies. I think I accidentally bumped your microphone off because I thought you'd stopped. So was your question going to be if the mover and the seconder, which I think was Councillor McMullen and myself, were happy to attach the Cardno report, then you'd be not looking to move your amendment?
Yes, that's the idea, Mayor. Based on, as I said, the debate tonight and the observations of council staff, their comments that it could lead to confusion, having two separate items, and the potential that it could be confusing either if it's passed or if it didn't succeed as well. Then you have the officer's comments, but then being rejected by the council in another part. So it could lead to confusion. So that's why I'm looking at abandoning it.
So, Councillor McMullen, the question was asked whether you would be happy to simply attach the Cardno report as part of the submission to the substantive motion.
Maybe I could see how the substantive motion would read once such an amendment's passed. I'm just not sure how exactly we're going to incorporate this. We're going to have to refer to the Cardno report, and are we going to tell Development WA to do something with it, or are we just going to chuck it in an envelope with our main submission? I'm just not clear on the intention behind the amendment.
Councillor Bell.
Yes, look, on the very first page, I think it's about paragraph 3 or so, it talks about the lack of sporting space, and I think it's the third paragraph in the general comments. This project provides a sound opportunity to address this, as in the lack of space, and then all I'm looking for is please refer to the Cardno report attached, which then explains specifically what this is about.
I think I've got Councillor McMullen in agreement, and I'm happy to agree with that, and I understand that you've withdrawn your motion, your amendment. So, councillors, if we return then to the Councillor Stroud, I'm just about to read out where we're up to in the situation.
Jess, we So it does refer the Cardno report. It's called The Future Requirements for Sports Space, Subiaco, November 2016.
Manager for Planning Services, if you could just correctly annotate that, that would be great. Thank you. So, councillors, we'll come back to the substantive motion. We have the officer's recommendation on page 2 and 3. We have the amendment as per Councillor Rowe, and we have the minor amendment accepted by the mover and the seconder regarding referencing the full title of the Cardno report in the officer's attachment. So, councillors, that's what we're up to, looking either finishing debating and voting on now. So, Councillor Power, did you want to speak to the main motion now?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, because that was part of my reasoning as well, that quite a few of the issues that I covered in the amendment can be addressed in the debate. And so that was my aim then, to change it to that rather than having another amendment that may be confusing. I would like to emphasise the point that the failure to provide the 1.73 hectares, which has been advocated, is a serious shortcoming in the master plan, and it is one that needs to be addressed. It was part of the looking at getting more active playing space, was part of the MOU signed in February 2018, but apart from the surface of Subiaco Oval, we've got virtually nothing. So that's not really meeting, I don't think, the spirit of the MOU. And pretty much the same goes for the Hay Street, Roberts Road two-way. Development WA itself concedes that it's critical infrastructure, public transport and walkability issues, and it's highly desirable. And it's supported by the city. It's supported by the City of Perth, by the federal members. The people that need to stump up the money are the state government. The same people who are controlling the whole development, in effect, are the ones who are making sure that we aren't getting what we wanted. In regard to the stories, the height of the buildings, I think the council view that that needs to be capped is completely correct. And I would like to draw attention to the fact that there has been quite a bit of community concern about the location, not just the height, but the location of the towers, I think at the western end, and the one on Roberts Road, I think, that overlook community and recreation facilities. And perhaps we should be looking at whether that is the correct location. This plan is not yet set in concrete and stone, and perhaps we need to be looking at whether they are the correct locations, not just the height, but the correct locations for those buildings. I take the point of staff that the provision of education facilities such as primary schools, that really is a matter that probably the council needs to take up with the education department. If we can't take it up through the draft master plan, maybe we should take it up directly. Because there's going to be something like, with the West Leaderville's activity plan, there's going to be something like 5,000 new dwellings, and that will necessitate a need for more educational facilities, whether not necessarily within the master plan, but within the area, within the region. And finally, there was also the thought that we would get a cultural space of regional significance, something. But there's no freehold title for any land on which the city can create its own presence in the precinct, which I think is what Councillor Rowe was referring to in his amendment, which is also part of the reason why I'm happy to forgo my amendment in favour of that. I think as a council we need to advocate and speak with quite a strong voice, and not just to Development WA, but to the real people who are running the show, which is the state government. And so far they haven't listened to us. At least not sufficiently. Thank you.
Further speakers on the motion? Councillor Strata, did have you speak first before?
No, I haven't. That was before it was an amended substantive motion, so I believe I can now speak on the substantive motion.
Just let me double check. Councillor Stroud, I'm afraid you have spoken to the substantive motion because you spoke prior to testing Amendment 1. You did speak on Amendment 1 as well. So you have spoken on the substantive motion. Do I have further?
If I spoke, thank you, Mayor, but I believe I spoke to the amendment. The amendment has now been voted on and absorbed, and we're speaking to the amendment substantive motion.
Councillor, I understand exactly what you're saying, but I did record you as speaking on the motion, the substantive motion, and then I tested the amendment. So it went Councillor McMullen, I reserved my right, you spoke, then Councillor Rowe tested his amendment, and then you did speak on the Amendment 1. So.
Yes, and now I believe I have the right to speak to the amended substantive motion. So you can speak again.
My understanding is that you have already spoken to the substantive motion, and that's the rules that I've followed consistently since becoming mayor. Further speakers on the substantive motion? Councillor De Vries.
Whilst I understand Councillor Powell withdrawing his amendment, I do want to just highlight something that I feel is quite a significant issue, and that was also raised tonight by the public statements. And that is that since the master plan under 6.1 urban framework and strategies mentions education as a major anchor in the development, I think it's really important that we are reminding Development WA, which is just a lever perhaps or way to remind the state government that we do need to consider the future planning for primary schools. I really do feel that if it's mentioned in the master plan, it's something which would have been good. I understand, it's not in the report and I understand the reasons, but I do support that particular point quite strongly. And obviously I understand why the reasons for not pushing those amendments. But I just want to appreciate those points. But I also do want to commend some of the very good work that's been done in the report. I was particularly impressed by the sustainability and infrastructure comments, and I think it's really important that those issues that were raised really, really well. So I'm very encouraged by that, particularly, keeping our low carbon benchmarks in mind and so on. So some of the overall assessments have been done very thoroughly. So I do want to keep in mind the positives. But again, I just wanted to say that some of those points we must keep reminding the WA government, because in the future, if we don't have primary schools, where will those children go? This is an issue. So thank you.
Further speakers on the motion? If there's no further speaker, I'll look to Councillor McMullen to close debate. If there's no further speakers, I'll call the vote. Thank you. And the motion is carried 8-1. Thank you, councillors. So, councillors, we will move to item C3 as Councillor Jennings and Councillor Hammersley return. If we move to Onslow Park Tennis Club proposal. Now, if councillors remember, this one was only removed from the en bloc due to a disclosure being made. So it looked like we didn't have any alternates and amendments. So do I have any, do I have a mover and a seconder for the officer's recommendation on page 4? I've got Councillor Nash and Councillor De Vries. Do I have anyone intending to vote against? Well, then I will call the vote on it then, please. And the motion is carried 11-0. So congratulations, you can let the tennis club know. Sorry, councillors, I was just seeing if we had anyone left in the gallery for the for any of the items that were coming up, whether I should move them forward. But we'll move on to C4. So C4 is on. For those of you using your agenda briefing agenda, it's on page 38, and for those of you using the more recent one, which are the same, just on different pages, it's page 39. So we have the officer's recommendation for the review of the ward boundaries and council representation to go out for public submissions. And we do have an amendment from Councillor Nash and an alternative from Councillor Stroud. So for the officer's recommendation, just grabbing a clear piece of paper. Sorry, councillors. There we go. For the officer's recommendation on C4, do I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Jennings. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Rowe. Councillor Jennings, did you want to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Mayor. Just briefly. Well, I suppose it's foreshadowing any alternatives or amendments in some respects, but I'm actually quite happy with the staff's report and actually their survey in general. I guess the only thing that the survey, I don't know that we need all the demographic information and gender stuff in there, but other than that, I've been pondering it, and I think actually it is pretty good what staff have come up with, and that was after working on things and changing things, which was a good process. Which thanks staff for that. Coming meeting all of our requests part of the way or all of the way. So I think actually I'm going to be supporting the things as is. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Rowe.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I do appreciate all the work that not only the staff have done, but also some of the councillors in trying to keep it clear, because it's really important to make it simple. People tend to skim read these things and you end up with information that's not quite right. I am flagging that the Councillor Nash's amendment is worth considering for the same reason, and that is some of our other councillors and Councillor Stroud and myself were highly involved with this before, and the meetings and things that I went to, it made it pretty clear they weren't very keen on heading north on numbers, and the fact that we had a very low representation per councillor. And I'm like this about it, but I think if the 12 is in there, I think maybe we're wasting our time with it, and you may actually get an aberration of the result with the 12 for no reason, because I tend to agree. I just don't think they're going to accept it. So I'd be looking at going with the amendment. I'm just flagging that. Thank you.
Councillor Nash, do you want to test your amendment? So do I have a seconder for Councillor Nash's amendment? Thank you, Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. Look, I agree with Councillor Rowe that this needs to be absolutely clear, and that we need to get it right this time. Having been on the council for 3 years, we've already been through this once in that cycle, and I certainly wouldn't like it to come around again. This amendment is not primarily concerned about the ultimate number of councillors that are landed upon, although I, of course, have my own views on that matter. It is, however, about due process, which takes into account that which has occurred over the past 4 years. In that context, it's also about not putting forward options that have previously been dismissed either by the consultation process, the LGAB or the Minister. In 2016, the community made it clear that they wanted 8 councillors plus the Mayor. The council at the time chose to ignore that result and twice submitted a proposal for 12 councillors plus the Mayor. Both were rejected and the current status quo was maintained. In 2019, the consultation process itself was arguably flawed, culminating in an ambiguous result which then couldn't be agreed upon by council, and as a consequence the status quo was again the default position. Let me make it clear, the current situation of 11 councillors plus the Mayor is not acceptable to the LGAB or the Minister, which is why it keeps coming back to us for review. The Board and the Minister have also, I believe, previously made it abundantly clear that 12 councillors plus the Mayor is not an option they are willing to entertain. They might have changed their minds, but I very much doubt it. So by including 12 councillors plus the Mayor in 5 of the 12 options put forward for consultation, we are running the very real risk that we will see this all repeated again in 12 months' time. at a very great cost to the city's reputation for good governance and the financial bottom line of the city, not to mention the enormous waste of time involved for staff, councillors and those members of the community that bothered to respond. It is time that common sense prevails and we only ask our community to comment on options that are realistically viable. It is a farce to perpetuate this ongoing saga any further, and I urge you, therefore, support this amendment and end it here. Thank you.
Councillor Davis.
Thanks, Mayor Taylor. I'll only add one thing to Councillor Nash's commentary there, and that's that when we workshopped this on the 30th of July this year, I walked away from that workshop reasonably comfortable that we were avoiding the problems that were inherent the last time we did this, that we were keeping the options simple, and we were keeping the process simple, and that we were putting forward options that were supportable by the state government. I don't quite understand what's happened since that workshop, but I'm being asked to endorse here tonight something that's somehow exploded from 5 or 6 options to 12 options, many of which involve 12 councillors, which we know from history has not been supported. So I support this amendment. I think we should get back to keeping it simple, proposing options that can be supported by the state government, and thereby avoiding the problems that plagued the last time we did this. Thanks.
Speaker against the amendment, Councillor McMullen.
Thanks, Mayor Taylor. I'd be interested to hear what the community thinks about the 12 councillor option. It may well be that it will go out to consultation and we'll be told that it's a poor use of ratepayer funds and that we should scale back the number, but we won't know until we ask the question. As for preempting what the Local Government Advisory Board or the Minister may think, that's an exercise which you could spend hours or days doing, but the reality is we may as well tell them what we think and what the community thinks, and then let them tell us that it can't be done this time round. So I really see no harm in putting the 12 councillor option out to consultation and preparing a response based on what the community and what council think as a result. Now, as for the suggestion that what happened last year, or 2019 might be repeated, there was a series of unfortunate events which led to council not making a recommendation that time around, and I think it's fair to say that this process is being conducted quite differently, and it's not correct to say that if we put the 12 councillor option out to consultation that we're going to have a repeat of 2019's non-decision. That outcome just doesn't necessarily follow. So rather than cutting down the options, what I support is to put as many options out to consultation as possible, particularly because we have paid a research company to assist us with this process, and it seems to be their advice that the survey is ready to go. So whether it is or whether we should go to Councillor Stroud's alternative, I'm not entirely sure. But what I do know is that I don't support the amendment at this point.
Speaker for the amendment. Speaker against the amendment, Councillor Stroud.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Look, we had to be very careful when we pick at our history and draw out points such as what is suggested by Councillor Nash. And I want to share with you the letter from the Local Government Advisory Board, which was the outcome of those reviews. This is dated the 11th of April 2019. And in that letter, it notes that the council is unable to come to a decision. It further goes on to note, quote, the disparity in the councillor-elector ratios, which was minus 13.33% in North Ward and a plus 26.99% in the South Ward. Therefore, the Local Government Advisory Board goes on to request that the City undertake a further ward and representation review to finalise and submit in October 2020. There's absolutely no reference to the number of councillors or the fact that they did not support 12 councillors and so on, which is also brought out in the staff comment. I'd like to also point out that in 2018, the City received 328 submissions, and the majority of those actually supported 12 councillors. It was 3 times the number of the 2016 result, where the majority supported 8 councillors. Now, our community is moving, people coming and going, new people come on board and vote, businesses register and so on. They change their view. And that's why we have to give them that option. We have to be consistent. We've always asked our community whether they want a 6, an 8 or 10 or 12 councillors. To now suddenly fiddle with that and drop something off like the 12 is really not offering that consistency. And I believe we had to be very careful with this review because the last one was a bit of a dog's breakfast, how it turned out, both the way the survey was done and the way it was analysed and so on. Let's be very honest, straightforward, give the full opportunity to choose their 6, 10, 12 councillors and the various wards. I also refer you to a letter from Honourable Minister David Templeton, dated back the 27th of November of 18, in which he refers, quote, the local government must consider any public submissions, just how important they are. So it goes back to how important it is just to develop that trust and consistency in our process. And he also reminds of the major reform of the Act and, quote, to increase participation and public confidence in our local government elections. And this is all part of it, Mayor and councillors. Keep that consistency, keep that trust in our process. So I do not recommend this amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Nash. Yep.
Earlier statements, I heard Councillor Stroud say that talk about the 2019 result, and that didn't. The reason for it coming back to us wasn't to do with 12 councillors plus a mayor, and I haven't made that statement in my debate. I said that it was not agreed by council and that the status quo was maintained, which is 11 councillors plus a mayor. Thank you.
Further speakers on the amendment. Would anyone else like to speak on the amendment? Councillor Hammersley.
Thank you. I won't be supporting the amendment. I think it's very concerning that, yet again, we're involved in debates where people are conflating two issues. There are 2 parts of the Act. One deals with wards and another section of the Act that deals with councillors. They are 2 separate questions and they are governed by 2 separate parts of the Act. Moreover, it's not for this to ignore that the Local Government Act provides our citizens with a right to speak to us about their council, and that the council can consist of not less than 5 and not more than 14 councillors. That is the law. Now, the Local Government Advisory Board has an important function, and what it does is it supervises the processes and the outcomes and gives advice to the Minister so that the Minister can be confident in signing off. But if you look at the Schedule 2.2 of the Local Government Act, what you will find in there is in Clause 8, matters to be considered in respect of wards. There are no matters to be considered in respect of councillors' numbers. And that's a very important distinction to make. So people should stop conflating the issues and focus on the law. Now, we had this problem in 2018, and this is largely the reason that I'm sitting here as a councillor today, this very issue. Contrary to the made-up stories about why I'm sitting here, this is actually at the heart of it. I came as a member of the community and participated and asked questions, and it was said that there was a policy that the Local Government Advisory Board would not support 12 councillors. So I asked, where was that coming from? Where is that policy? Nobody could answer the question, so I wrote to the board on the 14th of December 2018 and asked them. And on the 18th of December 2018, I received a letter from the board which explained that there is no such policy. And I did make this available to the city and to the elected members at the time. So it's not like this is not known. So what they said was, the board does not have a policy, directive or other communication by which it has informed local governments or the community that it desires or requires a reduction in councillor numbers. Rather, under the board's current policy, it is expected that each council will have similar ratios of councillors to electors across the ward of its district. Specifically, this means that the councillor to elector ratios should not deviate any more than plus or minus 10% between wards. That is the concern of the board, the ratios. It's nothing to do with elector members. And under the Act, should our community decide it wants to spend money having 15 councillors, up to 14 councillors plus the mayor, it can. And so what I would say is, let's just let the community speak to us. They may well say 6, they might say 8, but let them say what they want, and then everybody can assess the data and make a decision in accordance with the Act. So I will not be supporting this amendment because I don't believe it's the right thing to do to take away people's voice, and so we should just stick with the program, and that's my position.
Thank you. I just have a question. I'm not sure if it's best to direct through the CEO to the Director of Corporate Services. If we do take out options, does that remove people's opportunity to say which option they want should they fill in the survey?
Through you, Mayor Taylor, in terms of the consultation process that the city had put together, we enabled people to make other submissions in terms of if they had other options that they wanted us to consider.
So changing the options that we present in the packaged options wouldn't then remove anyone's ability to say what they actually wanted, so no one would be limited in what they would in their submission to feedback to the city. Councillors, any further speakers on the amendment? If not, I'll look to calling the vote on the amendment. So I'll call the vote on the amendment, please. So the amendment is lost 7 or 4-7. That's the right way around, I'm reading it. So we still have our officer's recommendation, and I note we do have an alternate as well. So we will resume debate on the officer's recommendation. Any further speakers? Councillor Jennings.
thank you. It's a question, actually, through you, and a query. I noticed that it's just a minor thing, but in the review, the discussion paper on page 12, it's actually got there's a table or a box, and it's got text in there, and the second dot point, it's got the cost of maintaining elected members is likely to be reduced, and then it's got in brackets, an estimate of the cost of reduction would be helpful. I think that's probably not meant to be in there, is it? Yes, I just thought you might, I don't know whether we have to vote on that, but maybe that should be removed if it can be without being voted on. Just noticed that today. Thank you.
Any further speakers to the item? Councillor Hammersley?
Thank you. Yes, I'll be voting against the staff recommendation. The reason being is that I would like to see the two questions separated in the way that Councillor Stroud's proposal does. And that is because, as I have mentioned, I see the two questions as separate questions, separate although related and asked in the same process. I think it's important that we have as clearer responses as possible so that we don't have to come back into this chamber and have the debate that elected members had to have last time about the chicken and the egg, you know, which is the most important thing. The way that Councillor Stroud has put the questions allows that flexibility and provides clearer data, in my view. So I'll be voting down this and supporting Councillor Stroud. Thank you.
Councillor Jennings.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you, this is another question, and it's going to the point in the survey where we have all A, B, C, D in the beginning. It's all no wards, no wards, no wards, no wards, no wards. Is it possible to change that survey so that it's mixed up, so that it's random, so there's a random mixing up, or change, even if you keep the relevant number of wards together, but they're mixed up so that you don't get that skewing from having no wards in the beginning, and so some people may just tick that because it's the first option. And in surveys, I thought that so you avoid that kind of bias by changing them around randomly. So like a quarter of your survey participants you would send with 2 wards at the beginning, the next lot you would send no wards, the next lot you would send 3 wards and 4 wards, so that it's mixed up. So it's just a suggestion.
Yeah, I understand your question. I'm just thinking we're paying Catalyse to put it together for us in the best way possible. And the second thing I'm thinking is it's kind of not like compulsory voting where you kind of might get someone who's forced to do this process. I think anyone who's going to the effort of filling in a ward survey would hopefully not just tick down the page. Did you have any comment you wanted to make to Councillor Jennings? Yeah, okay. I think Director Hawkins said that he could ask Catalyse if that was a concern or not. Councillor Powell.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. No, look, I won't be supporting the motion either. It is a ward and representation review, which I've made the point of before, and that ward and representation are 2 different things. I think we need two different questions: how many councillors, how many wards, and then really, what is your preference? To me, the simpler, the better. This doesn't achieve it, I don't think. I'm still not convinced that the alternative gets there, but it's a lot closer to where I want than the current recommendation. So I won't be supporting the current recommendation.
Further speakers, Councillor Stroud.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. There's a lot of things wrong with this survey. I've been very disappointed with it. Firstly, I believe that unlike the last survey where you could be anonymous, this one is asking for your name and address, and then it's asking for your gender and your age. And quite honestly, I think that is too much information. I believe it's invasive and it's irrelevant to the ward and representations, which is really the focus. So I took those out, you know, in my alternative. I'm not speaking to my alternative, but I'm telling you why I objected to it. And I didn't believe that information was at all relevant. It also doesn't make it clear in terms of whether you're an elector of the city, because there's a differentiation with businesses. A lot of businesses actually don't realise whether whether they can vote or not. But mostly I'm against it because I believe we're following the same mistake as we have in the past. When I thought about this, I thought, why didn't last time we at least get our wards and boundaries right? It was so obviously wrong in terms of the South Ward. After we lost part of our South Ward, we needed to change that boundary. And, why didn't we at least get that right? And I figured it's because we always group the ward and the representation together, and then there's a natural focus. We get all caught up in the number of councillors and whether there should be 8 and 12, as we have already tonight. And so I don't like the way this is presented, or the wards and the number of councillors all together. Also, last time we really came unstuck with a bias. Because although it was recognised that it was recognised that the majority supported 12, the survey also suggested but more people supported less councillors overall. Now, that result was only because we had a bias to more opportunity to support less councillors than 12. This time, we're going to end up with the same sort of comment. More people supported less wards because there are so many more options. There are 4 no-ward options. There are 4 two-ward options. Then there are only 2 3-ward options and only 2 4-ward options. We're going to end up with that same bias and mistake. So that's why I want to move away from this. And it comes from my past experience, and I think I've probably myself, and I'm sure Councillor Rowe's done a lot more than myself. I've done about 5 of these reviews without no outcome. Let's change the pattern and get this survey right this time. So I certainly recommend that you do not support this recommendation. Thank you.
I have a question. The detail that Councillor Stroud mentioned around recording sort of names and ages and demographic info, I'm assuming isn't going to be made public. I'm just wondering if you can tell me, is that going to be used to, make sure we don't get 40 fake submissions like last time? Is it going to be used to make sure that people aren't targeted and it's leaked publicly, or is it just to help us make sure we get a cross-section of people from the community?
Through you, Mayor Taylor. My answer is it's not going to be information that's made public in terms of the submissions. It's there so that when we analyse the submissions that are made, we're able to give some understanding of where those submissions have come from, and that we have managed to get across representation in terms of our community, and help us understand what the results are and what they mean, and that we have achieved the outcome that we're after in terms of responses to the survey to help us.
Thank you. Councillor Jennings?
Sorry, I'm being annoying tonight. Another question through you, Mayor. If survey participants do not complete some of the information, for example, the demographic information or questions 2, 3 or 4, the survey results will still be considered. Is that correct? They won't be knocked out or deemed to be invalid. Could you just clarify that, please?
Through you, Mayor Taylor. So in terms of the targeted surveys, we kind of need the information to be able to make sure that we have got a representative sample of what we're trying to achieve. In terms of the opt-in, and not so much, but we're not sure. We would have to check. We don't think it would be compulsory, like as if they've gone through and filled out the other information on wards and representation, and then they haven't filled out the gender and so forth. We don't think it would invalidate the submission. It just means that it wouldn't be able to be analysed, and it would be, you know, and this many people didn't provide this information.
Councillor De Vries.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Taylor. Similar question, but what would cast this as a donkey vote? So you only put one preference down and not three. Would that then just make that an invalid vote? Correct or not?
When filling it in electronically, you're required to put one mark or tick, however it actually works. So to invalidate it, you would have to not complete it. It's where they're doing a written submission, that if obviously they put more than one tick in a column, it actually states that that would make it an invalid vote. We wouldn't be able to assess it.
Thank you. Further speakers. Councillor Hammersley.
I've actually spoken, so I've got a couple of questions arising from that on the staff's draft form. I'm just wondering why the form doesn't ask whether a person is an elector.
Through you, Mayor Taylor, we were just checking, but we modified the form coming out of the agenda briefing and reissued it, and we added in a box where someone could select and indicate that they were an elector.
Councillor Hammersley, did you have further questions?
Yeah. So my other question was, as I understand it, what is trying to be achieved here is a version of preferential voting, but there are only 3 preferences allowed for all of the things. And I'm just wondering, can you explain why we don't just have pure preferential voting where you rank from 1 to 12, the 12 options that are on the thing? What's the statistical thinking behind that?
Through you, Mayor Taylor, the issues around, we were trying to keep the submission, and I'll call it a submission this time, simple as possible, so that we would have more people willing to actually fill it out. The more you go down that kind of path, the more complicated you make it. The idea of having the second preference was just in case we ended up with a scenario where you didn't have any clear kind of preference provided by the community, and therefore you could look at the second preference to see if that actually kind of supported a particular outcome, to give a clearer indication of which way the broader community wanted to go. And then there was just the option to say which one you least preferred, so that we could make sure we ruled out the ones where the community wasn't supportive.
Right, so I mean, statistics is not my strength, I'll tell you right now. But I have an anxiety about there being 3 choices out of 12 and for 2 questions. So how does a person weight what's more important to them, the wards or the councillors, when they only getting 3 choices and they've got to, let's say somebody wants no wards. Anyway, I just find it strange that if you're doing preferential voting, that you only get 3 out of 12 preferences. And I'm just wondering, is there any statistical comfort that we can take that doesn't actually matter? Or was it just a shortcut to try and make things easier for people, as you said?
Through you, Mayor Taylor, as I said, one of the things was not to overcomplicate the submissions so that we didn't actually deter anyone from making a submission. I can't comment in terms of the statistical kind of relevance or calculation in terms of how it supports, but it's not intended to be preferential voting per se, because if we were doing preferential voting, you would have to do all of the options as you've kind of indicated. What it was that if we ended up in a situation from the submissions that there wasn't, something that was a clear outcome that council could understand coming out of the results, that we could use what was provided in terms of the second preference to give an indication in terms of what the overall community was after.
Councillors, we have had a reasonable amount of debate on this now. Is there anyone who wants to speak further on C4? Actually, you're not closing on this one, so you can speak.
I'll speak for, but before I do, I've just got a question that's relevant to this and the alternative if we get there. And the question is, are we taking responses from elected members and employees of the City of Subiaco? Because that's one of the connections that a respondent's able to select, and it just seems a bit odd that that a councillor would be able to express a view and also that an employee would. I just wanted to understand if we are in fact taking responses from that category of persons.
Through you, Mayor Taylor, it just provides that breakdown as an indication, and the answer would be yes, because anyone that, when you do a ward and representation review, can make submissions in relation to it. We do have employees that live in the city and may have a view in terms of wards and representation, and I don't believe there's anything in the legislation that says they don't have an ability to make a submission. It was just a way to kind of identify where submissions are coming from.
This wasn't an easy choice for me, and the thing that almost caused me to vote against the officer recommendation was the point that that wards does not equal councillors, and I do take Councillor Hammersley's reasoning around that, but I suppose where I've landed is that you can't have one without the other. The wards can't exist without councillors, and councillors aren't going to exist without wards. So we need to consider the options holistically, and I think that the survey that's been provided to us does that. At first blush, one might say that splitting out the wards and councillors question simplifies things, but I think it might actually yield the opposite result. Take, for example, the scenario where someone decides that they might want, 13 councillors and 1 ward. I mean, what's that going to do to the statistics? It is probably going to skew things like the officer comment suggests may occur. So I think what we need to do is stick with the officer recommendation, which is based on the catalysed survey, and give people a finite number of choices that they can select from, because those are choices which are going to work in terms of councillor to elect ratios, and I think we just might get some unexpected results if we put out a survey that lets people freelance in the way that I think the alternative would. So I'd be happy with either, but where I've landed is that the officer recommendation, as put to us and without any of the earlier amendments, is the way to go in my view. So that's how I'll be voting.
Thank you. Any further comments from councillors? Councillor Stroud?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just want to make sure that Councillor McMullen and everybody else has actually got the most recent annexure, the alternative that I put forward, because by the way he was talking, he seemed to be referring to another one, because there's no freelancing or reference to 9, 11 or 13 councillors. So, yeah, thank you. Because
I think if the question was the latest one circulated to all elected members? I understand that it was. Thank you. So, councillors, Councillor Jennings?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a question because I've already spoken. It's just going back to that point that I asked, the question I asked before about invalidity and not completing the form. And through you, Mayor, could the Director please just clarify that in the electronic form, it will let people not complete the demographic information other than their address or whatever that's required, maybe, but it will allow them to not to submit the form without those aspects completed. Because actually I was thinking of a paper copy at first and then you clarified about the electronic thing. Thank you.
Through you, Matt Taylor, it's as I indicated before with the electronic one. Our understanding is that not all of that information would be. So normally in a survey, it's not compulsory that you have to complete that information. It's like requested as opposed to required. But we would need to just check and ensure that was the case with the catalyse.
Councillor De Vries.
Through you, Mayor Taylor, this is just a question regarding the alternate, if that's possible. Can I ask a question just about the form submission process? Because is that possible to do that or not?
Yeah, ask the question, but I'm looking to get to, because we've had almost everyone speak, sure. Yeah.
No, just in terms of how it's presented, there isn't the options for the box ticking and the online. It doesn't look as if it would be as processable on an online form. Would it be possible to adapt it to an online form in the same way that the officer's recommended form is presented, or is it because it's so different it wouldn't be possible?
Through you, Mayor Taylor, when we don't believe it would be that difficult for Catalyse to convert it to an online form. There's quite often where you have forms where you have to select options, and then you might have a dialogue box where you can type in effectively free text to kind of explain your position or why you've selected an option, but we just have to get that done.
If there's no further speakers, I'll look to Councillor Jennings to close. Councillor Jennings, would you like to close?
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. I think that yes, it's got merit. The staff's recommendation and the submission form or the survey form. I know that Councillor Stroud's is good work as well. But I think it does cover off, well, it doesn't create the problem with like 3 wards and 8 councillors, which is one of the issues in Councillor Stroud's form, although I'm sure that could be addressed and would need to be addressed somehow. But I'm happy with the form and the submission form, and as long as those issues are taken care of with the how it's filled in, and that there's no bias with the way that the ward options are presented, that they're mixed up, randomly mixed up, or among a percentage, I think that would allay any of my concerns. So I think I'm commending the staff's recommendation. Thank you.
I'll call the vote, please. So the motion is carried 6-5. Thank you, councillors. Councillors, it's now approximately 5 minutes to 8. We did start at 5:30. I'll be calling a 5-minute adjournment, and we'll be resuming our agenda at 8 p.m. We're resuming the meeting discussing C5 that was removed from the en bloc. C5 is financial statements and reports for the month ending 31st of July 2020. We have a report from the Director of Corporate Services on page 47. Or, So for C5, do I have a mover and a seconder for this one, please? Thank you, Councillor Rowe. Thank you, Councillor Nash. Councillor Rowe, did you want to speak to the item? Councillor Nash. Councillor Hammersley, I think this was the one that you pulled from en bloc. Did you want to talk about C5? Okay. Oh, okay. Would anyone like to speak to C5 before I call the vote? Okay, well, I'll call the vote on C5, please. She said vote. So the motion is passed 9-2. So councillors, we're now up to elected members' motion, of which previous notice have been given. Page 55 of our agenda, we have two motions, and the first was submitted by myself, and we'll get to Councillor Stroud's in a moment. So I would like to move my motion under 4.7 and 4.8. I'd like to move it. I've got Councillor Stroud saying she'd like to second it. Thank you, Councillor Stroud. So I might open debate on this item. Firstly, I'd like to thank the members of the community who came in and spoke on the motion, but I think they've all gone home. So to their potential, to their children. So, councillors, I bring tonight's motion because I'd like to see some common sense come back into the way that we look at play equipment on our verges and on our in our laneways. Back in 2018, the same issue came up and was brought to the attention of council. Some of you might remember it. At the time, the City of Vincent had just changed their local laws to have more discretion and cover off on some of the logistics that local governments face around the use of verges and any legal implications with that. So as a council, we were looking quite closely at what the City of Vincent was doing, and we were thinking that we might look to do the same. I'm hoping that it shouldn't be hard to do. One of the important aspects of these particular types of laws is discretion, because of course if you're on a very busy road where it's very unsafe to have any form of sort of swing or playing equipment, it wouldn't make sense. But in a cul-de-sac or a quiet laneway, it does seem a little bit officious to not be able to have a swing or a basketball hoop. And I would imagine that our city officers are well equipped to understand where things are, could have some discretion around what's appropriate or not. And if it's the law that's the problem, then as a council we can look to making our laws have an appropriate degree of flexibility and discretion so that common sense can come back into play. I'm not sure what triggered this priority for city officers, because a number of residents have contacted me in the last few weeks about it, and I'm sure there's other priorities that council would like to attend to. One of the families that did receive a notice about this has written to me, and so I'll now read out the letter from Odette Lizamar from Finlayson Street. Dear City of Subiaco, I am writing about the letter we received in our letterbox to tell us to take down our swing. I don't think we should have to take down our swing because 1, kids have fun on them. 2, it builds community in our street. 3, no one has hurt themselves, in brackets, very badly on our swings. 4, we put rainbows around them so that they look nice. I hope you can understand how I feel. Signed, Odette Isabel Prince Lizima. I'd like to say, knowing that Odette lives in a cul-de-sac, that I agree with her. I'd like us to look at how we can have our community enjoying our laneways and our verges safely, and how we can look at not needing to target play equipment and basketball hoops where it really isn't necessary. Councillors, I do believe that this is about common sense, and we do have the opportunity to bring some common sense into this matter and to assist us doing it better into the future. And so I do hope I have your support and your vote on this item tonight. Thank you. So, Councillor Stroud, I think you seconded.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I found well, firstly to say this is not the first time an issue like this has come to the council table. We've dealt with this before, and we've given in to the fact that it wasn't possible with our local law. We certainly understand the staff's reservations because there probably are liability issues if a child gets hurt on council land, if a tree limb is not safe. There are certainly those issues. But what you're asking here is a report where the staff can further express the issues. And maybe it seems, I found it very interesting that the City of Vincent have found their way through this. So there obviously is a way through this. Whether each particular swing or whatever, I know it takes some staff resources, but whether each one has to be assessed and approved individually, because it will depend on a tree limb or whether they're using their oath. It may refer to whether the neighbours are okay about it and so on. With that in mind, what you are asking here is a report. It gets a little bit confusing with 2 and A and B, but I gather you asked for staff assistance on that. And so as long as staff understand what they're doing there and they understand your intent, I believe that can work. And I also found it very interesting in an answer to David Stewart's question tonight, an answer by the staff, that we've actually had as many as 22 notices to remove equipment that's been issued this year. So that suggests that there is a lot more than Odette who are aspiring to be swinging on swings and swinging off hoops and so on. So therefore, let's address this issue. It's not the first time it's come to us. It does help to bring people out onto their verge, their back lanes and so on, hopefully safely. Maybe they have to sign something that relieves us of any liability. I also found it interesting that we also had a statement, a question from a past aspiring councillor candidate who referred to policy and so on. That sounds like he's really on the way there. Perhaps he will put his hand up at the next elections again. But I recommend this to council because, as I said, it's requesting a report. There's no harm in asking for more information and having a further discussion about it. Thank you.
Just before I answer your question, Councillor McMullen, I did want to point out to councillors that there was some formatting issues with the motion, and so a printout how it should read is on your desks along with a copy of Odette's letter, because it was, as Councillor Stroud mentioned, the 2A and 2B was a little bit not quite as clear. So, and sorry for the tinsy format, but there you are. Councillor McMullen.
Just 2 questions through you, please, Mayor Taylor, and it relates to your point 4. The first question, I'll just put them both to staff now. Who's liable in the event someone gets hurt? I think that is relevant to any decision on interim measures. And the second question is, will they know what to do with the discretion if council carries that item 4 of the motion?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Taylor. With regards to the liability, that would be something that LGIS would have to undertake, but that each case would be considered on its merit and as it came in for the liability issues. With regard to the discretion, the city can unfortunately not apply discretion against the local law until such time as that is changed. So that, if I'm correct, Scott. Thank you.
Maybe just a follow-up question then. So if we carry point 4, what's going to happen? Point 4 of the elected... Is that the answer, that there is no discretion, so infringements will continue to be issued until the policy and or local law changes?
Sorry, through you, Mayor Taylor, if I could just clarify it. We haven't been issuing infringement notices. That's a completely separate to the notice we issue. So we issue a notice for them to remove it. No infringement is undertaken whatsoever. That's a completely separate process that requires a lot of staff resources, which we never had before. So the notice just requires them to remove it within 14 days. If it isn't taken down in 14 days, we remind them. If it's then not taken down, we take the swing off and we put it in their backyard. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, a question, please. Does the equipment that's being removed, is that swings that are attached to street trees? And say if there's a metal framed swing or climbing set on the verge, is that also being asked to be removed at present?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Taylor. The majority of stuff being asked to be removed is swings attached to trees. That's the majority of it. We get very little play equipment actually installed, like jungle gyms and stuff like that on the verge. And then the other main issue is basketball hoops in laneways, where most of those notices are given because of complaints with people trying to get down those laneways. And then we obviously have to enact the local law and then issue notice to get that taken out. But those are the two main complaints. It's not really jungle gyms or play equipment installed loosely on the verge at this stage.
The resident correspondence coming to me is calling them infringement notices, and the residents that have contacted me have talked about being told that it's a $5,000 fine if they don't remove it within 14 days. So where would they get that impression from if that's not what's happening?
Through you, Mayor Taylor, I have a similar perception that there was a suggestion of a fine being involved in the warning or notice. But is it possible, if we can't, as you suggest, change the current local law, which we can't do, obviously, that the letter that goes out is a little bit softer in its tone? Is it possible for us to review that, or for those people who are being contacted? Because I think the upset is coming from somewhere. I think there is a definite perception, I gather, since the number of people who came here tonight, that there has been a recent spate of people being spoken to. And a second question is, I just wonder why there is that perception if there isn't sort of some more recent increase in warning letters, or whatever you want to call them, being issued. Thank you.
Sorry, through you, Mayor Taylor. The notice that is issued, as far as I can recall, and I think I approved it a number of years ago, was that it just has to be removed in 14 days. No mention is made of a fine. But in the local activities in thoroughfare local law, the modified penalty, if that clause is not followed, is $125, and that is available on the website and for anybody to see. So I'm really not sure where they're getting that figure from. And if staff are passing that'll be stopped because it's not correct.
Thank you. A question, sort of picking up on Councillor McMullen's questions. I mean, this is all about risk, which is ultimately all about insurance, and it doesn't sound like we know whether we've got insurance or not. Whilst each claim would be individually assessed, we should be able to pick up our insurance policy and read its terms and understand whether or not we have cover. So I would presume that if this is passed and a report has been done, there will be a review of insurance. So that's question one. Question two is, if we don't know, you know, what risk are we taking by, because I don't see it as being a question of infringements being issued, but clearly there's been some enforcement of the rule in a hopefully soft manner. You know, there's breaches of our local laws regularly in parking and other areas. Not every infringement is actually dealt with. So it's just this mix between this risk and I guess because I'm broadly supportive of this, but I'm worried about 4 because I'm worried about risk and not knowing whether we are unwittingly exposing the city to public liability because we're not making steps to make safe. You know, so you have a responsibility, if you have a duty of care, to show that you've got a process by which you try to make safe the risk. And if you do that, it can be a defence. If we don't do that, are we losing our defences? And so it all comes down to risk, and that's worrying me. But broadly, I'm supportive. So that's very rambly, but I don't know if the staff can answer any of the questions about the insurance.
Through you, Mayor Taylor. The city obviously does have public liability insurance, and we would have that coverage in relation to issues happening in the public domain, which we're responsible for. In terms of claims and successful claims, because the city, people will make a claim against us, even if we're not the party that's caused it. In relation to what the officers have commented on and recommended is that what we've said is that in order for us to apply any discretion, we have to go through a process to amend the local law. And until we go through and do that amendments to the local law, then enabling us to then update our policies, we can't apply discretion because the local law doesn't provide for it. And so as part of that review of the local law to incorporate any kind of components of discretion going forward to enable play equipment or in laneways or on verges, we would get advice in relation to insurance and other matters to bring back in terms of recommendations to changing that local law. So we would do that as part of that process so that we're fully informed in any kind of changes or amendments that we'd make to the local law and then subsequently the policies to be implemented.
I'll just have a question on discretion then. I note Councillor Hammersley said we have all these local laws that have different things happen all the time on them. CEO, did we apply discretion during COVID on matters that would normally be covered by local law?
I'm sorry, Mr Mayor, I can't answer that because I wasn't here during COVID.
My understanding is that Council passed some resolutions in relation to not applying fees, but those fees are set outside of the local law, and so it isn't a similar circumstance, so not to my understanding. If we've got a local law and there are issues in terms of liability and risks, the city needs to make sure it's fulfilling its duty of care.
Just one more question before I speak for. The question goes back to discretion again, and I just can't get past the fact that we're being told there's no discretion. Is it not possible that we could direct our field staff that they're only to issue these notices if they perceive a reasonable risk of harm on account of a swing or a hoop? There's a human decision involved in the issuing of a notice, and it's not the case that that someone drives down the street, sees a swing, and then a notice comes out of city admin. There's a discretionary process involved somewhere along the way. I'm really just trying to understand what decision making can be applied if we carry point 4, and surely there's an exercise in reasonableness that can be applied.
Through you, Mayor Taylor. My understanding and the manager of operations, I'm going to be close, maybe able to add some more. You're correct. We don't go. City officers don't go driving down the street and then taking action. Basically, what we do is respond to if the city receives complaints, and if we've received a complaint in relation to a matter, we need to go out and investigate. If we do that investigation and there is an issue, that's where I'm saying that under the current local law, it doesn't provide us a discretion in terms of not taking action in relation to that matter. But the city isn't going out and doing a compliance regime where we're going out and inspecting every verge laneway within the city to identify potential issues and issuing infringements in relation to it. So from our perspective, we would continue to apply the same practices where if we receive a complaint and go out and investigate, then we would need to take action, but we're not actively going out there.
Look, I think Odette probably can have her swing based on that explanation, but I might just wait to be convinced on point 4. I do support points 1 to 3, and I'm hoping that we might be able to split out the vote, because points 1 to 3 are based on good information, and they look at a permanent solution, whereas point 4 to me seems a little bit haphazard. Most notably because, as Mr Hawkins has put to us, if someone gets hurt on a swing, on a verge, the city can get drawn into legal proceedings. So we just need to understand where the risk lies and what our insurance cover may or may not respond to, and also whether we're going to avoid our cover by throwing caution to the wind. So I'm in two minds about 4, but I think 1 to 3 are good initiatives. Like I've said to one resident this week, I'm supportive in principle of more flexible use of verges, but council just needs a little bit more information to work out how we can accommodate the initiative, and the first 3 points will certainly put us on our way. Just as a gentle suggestion, I think 2 probably needs a little bit of rewording, because it doesn't actually say to do anything. It probably should start with the words that the council requests, but I think the intention's pretty clear without that, if no one's minded to slip that in. So 1 to 3 certainly have my full support. Looking forward to hearing a few more people's thoughts on point 4. Thank you.
Other speakers, Councillor Rowe.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. Absolutely, 4 is not required. In fact, it almost shows an intent that if it interpreted by the wrong people, in other words, your insurance company, you'd leave yourself exposed. It's unnecessary. We've already heard from the staff that there's no fire out there. So let's just get on with 1 to 3. Can we drop 4? Do we get some support for that?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm supportive of the ideas in motions 1 to 3, and I'll be supporting those. Number 4, yes, I have a few concerns about the liability and insurance issues and what that might do. But even if that's passed, I know that it seems like the infringements are not actually being issued regarding children playing. It's about the equipment, so that might need a little bit of tightening up that wording if that was to get through. And the other thing, I just wanted to say something in support of staff, because I think that maybe there was a little bit of unfair criticism tonight from perhaps in the public, and it appears to me at least that yes, there's no discretion in the sense that, you know, once you're aware of something being non-compliant, and also there might be safety issues and also damage to trees and things, then staff are obliged to investigate, and probably with our insurance then they probably have to request that the equipment be removed. So it's a little bit unfair when the local law is saying this is what has to happen and our insurance policy mandates that. And you know, I think staff have just been, it sounds like staff have just been doing the job that they're meant to do, and it's up to us to change things if we think that needs changing. It's not staff's fault that the situation is as it is. So I think it's good to get on with this investigation and see if we can change it to make reach a compromise position where people can use their verges without damaging our very precious street trees. And that will have to be taken into consideration, that the trees will have to be of the right strength and age and condition and everything to be able to accommodate any sort of swings and play equipment, and that's an important consideration. Thank you.
I've spoken, thank you.
I thought you might be asking a question. Sometimes it happens. Councillor Powell.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, my concern as well, and this is a question, I'll speak to it afterwards, but my concern again is number 4, and whether a resolution of council can override application of local law, whether it's actually acting outside our powers.
Director of Corporate Services, do you want to comment on the public record about ultra vires decisions of council?
Through you, Mayor, no. A council decision, you have to go through the process of amending a local law for you to be able to make a change in relation to the local law.
So therefore, we really, number 4, you really can't pass it. You can't put it forward. Thank you. That's a question.
Is that a rhetorical question, Councillor Powell, or are you wanting to Director of Corporate Services to repeat your words? I've seen lots of motions come forward from elected members. It doesn't seem to make a difference. So any other questions? Who would like to speak next? Councillor Hammersley.
Thank you. Yes, I'm going to support 1 to 3. I'd have difficulty supporting 4, so I do hope that can be split away. And I hope when we do the review that we really try hard to find a solution. And, you know, insurance is one of those things, it's negotiable. And if we have to look beyond the LGIS for insurance that will insure our children playing on the verge, let's do it. Let's not just stay in the railway tracks. So, you know, I really hope that we can look at it closely and find a way, because, you know, Subiaco children do live in the most part in fairly small spaces, and that's getting smaller and smaller. And so if we can activate their play spaces, can only be a good thing, even if there is some cost to doing it, just like we have costs of providing formal recreation space. You know, it's a worthwhile enterprise if we can get there. So I'm looking forward to seeing the report.
Councillor De Vries.
I can only add to the support for points 1 to 3. I think they're all absolutely spot on. We do need a review. We do need to let the children play. But I am concerned about 4. Definitely it opens us up to the possibility of if we say we've got to apply discretion, then to whom, and is it open to influence, and so on. So I definitely would like to see 4 left out. But I would also like there to be some consideration made to the possibility that in their eagerness to remove a basketball hoop, because they've been given 14 days and the letter only arrived in the post after 7, which gives them only 7 days, that they get on a ladder, they climb up the ladder, they fall off and they have a very nasty accident. So I think it would be good if in some consideration could be given to supporting people who might have an illegal basketball hoop, even if the letter could say, we can offer support. Because I do think people stress about receiving officious letters, and that would be a great consideration if that's possible without changing the local law. Something of that nature could just be done to amend the current, responses. Anyway, I do support this, and thank you for bringing it to our attention tonight.
Further speakers on the motion? Councillor Powell?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Look, I too support 1 through 3. I think there must be a little lobby group going at the moment, because I've also been approached about basketball hoops and playground equipment, or play equipment. I think a report will be quite worthwhile. As staff have pointed out, oftentimes, what's led to a notice has been a complaint, and that's usually somebody from a neighbour or somebody around, and so that it opens up the how to deal with these sort of issues, on a very local level. So I'd be quite looking forward to a council report on whether we can follow the sort of lead that Vincent has taken, but I am concerned about number 4. Thank you.
Any further speakers, councillors? Sorry, shall I take count?
Question. Yeah, thank you. I'm just wondering if everybody's spoken. Is it too late to amend and drop for? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. Look, I support this motion, and I also welcome the earlier statement by Mr Devitt, and I simply wanted to refer to, there was part of his statement that he didn't get to, and I love the bit that this proposal isn't some radical threat, it's a return to normality and completely in line with the city's carefully articulated vision of the future. I support anything that builds resilience in our children. The irony is that the more we mollycoddle our kids, the more insecure and anxious they become, leading to all sorts of physical and mental issues, and we hear about it every day, I think. So I'm all for kids, even though I'm a parent myself and I've seen my own kids climb trees, and my heart's been in my mouth, but I know deep down that they have to take these risks. So I'm very supportive of this.
Thank you. Any further speakers on the item? Well, then I'll look to close. Councillors, thank you for your debate tonight and considering this so seriously. I can answer to, why 4 went on there is because even if we pass this 1 to 3, someone's going to say to Odette, your play equipment's going. And so I did think that I am a little surprised that council does have discretion in the way that it does things. I heard comments about undue influence, but if we enforce everyone who says, I don't like that basketball hoop, could that be used for undue influence? All of these things involve human decisions. And at the end of the day, officers do have a difficult task at times of making decisions. But as council, we have the ability to appropriately guide and suggest what we see as priorities. And personally, and which is why I've brought this as an elected member motion, I see things, and I talked about not just swings, so it's not just about things being fixed on trees, but basketball hoops. So for example, in the city of Vincent, it might be looking at whether the laneway is 6 metres or whether the laneway is 3 metres is a basketball hoop, a protrusion that's unsafe. I don't know if it would be considered that for a 6 metre one at a good regulation basketball height. But if you make a complaint about it, you'll be asked to take it down. And if you don't take it down within 14 days, you may be issued a fine. I don't know what the amounts are. I only know what residents are telling me that they get told. So I haven't looked anything up on that. I did submit this on the 7th of September. It's now the 22nd of September. Some of those things perhaps could have been answered so that we are informed. The City of Vincent moved their motion to directly address the insurance question and to look at that. Part of the reason why we didn't go further on this as a council in 2018, my recollection is we have the discussion like we do often in strategic workshops where we bring matters to the attention of staff, and the question was raised then around liability. So the idea was to look to what Vincent is doing, see how many claims they do or they don't have, or how did they get around it? I mean, let's face it, there's over 130 local governments in Western Australia. If someone else has managed to get this going well, let's just use their ideas and do it. We know we have a great community. Why do we have a village feel? Because everyone likes getting out and knowing people and playing either in laneways with basketball hoops or on the verge on a swing. We do know when it can be safe and we do know when it can be unsafe. I'm happy to change the wording of point 4 and split the vote, already got that one, heard that loud and clear. But on point 4, so regarding children play equipment put on hold. And the reason I talked about that is it's all very well doing a review, because I was a little worried about point 2 not having a time frame on here, and I don't want to be in 2 years' time going, oh, we finally got around to asking Vincent what they did. I kind of want these things to happen. If as a council we want to change the direction of how we enforce the way that our kids play in the street, then let's do it. Let's have the argument. Let's get the information from Vincent. So I'm thankful for the time that you as elected members have put into debating this tonight, and I hope we can get most of it through. I would like 4, just so that we can tell kids that we're not taking it down till we know exactly what our risks are. I would have thought that that would be a phone call to the LGIS that we could have answered potentially tonight, but it seems that we can't answer it, unfortunately. So I commend the motion to you. I'll call the vote, please. So I'll call the vote, on points 1 to 3. Are you happy with it being clear, like point 2 saying council requests a review of the activities in thoroughfares and public spaces local law? I think that slipped out because when it got formatted by staff, it was more like a paragraph, and because it's been cut out, it kind of missed a few leader-ins.
Through you, Mayor Taylor, we're comfortable with that. We have already committed to doing a review of the local law, as you're aware and have been advised.
So, Director Hawkins, I did also mention that point 4, it says regarding children play equipment put on hold. That was just my trying to finish it on Friday so elected members could get it this Friday. As I said, happy to discuss from the 7th of September. Yep, that's it. Okay, so councillors, what I'm about to do is ask you to vote on items 1 to 3, and then we'll vote on 4 separately. Everyone good on that? Okay, so I'm calling the vote on items 1 to 3. Thank you. That's carried 11-0. And I'd like to call the vote, please, on item 4. Oh, you're not popping it up before you type it in. Point four is lost 3-8. Thank you, councillors. So, councillors, we now move to 11.2.
Did that say that we voted against it?
I think it. Yeah, I think it needs to go the other way around. Yeah, 3-8. But I think it's the typey in. Yep. So, councillors, we now move to 11.2 on page 57 of our agenda. Another elected member motion, this time from Councillor Stroud, open sports space at Subiaco Oval. Councillor Stroud, I assume you're moving your motion? So I've got Councillor Stroud moving. Do I have a seconder for Councillor Stroud's motion? Councillor Phelan, thank you. Councillor Stroud.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Phelan. What I'm emphasising here is that the city, because we haven't done this up to now, I appreciate that operations of working with the operations of WAFC, but this is actually a pitch to the commissioners, to the WAFC, to the chairman and the commissioners, and to enlighten them really on our complete shortage of sporting space, that we have a big problem here. We already pretty well know that Development WA isn't going to solve that problem. So where else are we going to find more space for our future children to get involved in active open space? This has been a good exercise for me to do because I hope you've had time to read the reasons behind my elected members motion, where I'm asking the WAFC to reconsider their use of Subiaco Oval. Now, this may involve a relocation, and I appreciate there's a lot of footy fanatics around probably this table tonight that would very much want to see that history of Subiaco Oval and football continued. But it can also actually mean even just reducing their hours of use. To realise that we have a juggle with the school and them taking up all during the week up to 4 o'clock. And then we have a struggle with accommodating WFC and hopefully our future football as well. A future junior football from moving across from Rosalie Park. So if you look at the Cardno report, for example, the public sporting space needed to be increased, recommended, is from 7.18 hectares to 14.76 hectares. Now just keep that 14.76 hectares in your mind, and then go to the Curtin, my fourth dot point, Curtin University 2013 study, which is suggesting that we have actually only got 4.5 metres square per resident. And even if we include Subiaco Oval, that only takes us to 5.6 metre square by 2035. Cardno is recommending we need almost 3 times that amount. So we have a serious shortfall and problem to deal with here, councillors. And we are meant to look to our future. This is the statements, the decisions we make today are really going to impact our future, which has already been suggested tonight in some other debates. The reality too is when the Cardno report was done, they didn't even realise that we were going to have a school to juggle and 2,000 students and their use of Subiaco Oval and wherever else they're going to put their students in a bus to get to. We also have, the reality is, we have the 3 senior colleges and a number of primary schools as well, and all this future sport to negotiate and find space. If you look at Rosalie Park on page 58, second dot point on page 58, this is 13 hectares, and it's our primary sports space, and we already are really just managing its use. The relocation of Subiaco Junior Football Club will certainly help in that. But it's only going to work if appropriate timings of use are allocated from WAFC. And in that shared user agreement, that wasn't quite working for us because WAFC want to use the oval, I think in the main season, from 4 to 9 o'clock, 4 afternoons a week. and on a Saturday morning. So, to finish off, what I'm recommending is that we write to the Chair and the Commissioners. We enlighten them with the Cardno report, the Curtin University study, are assured
Councillor Phelan.
Thank you, Mayor. I am in support of this letter to the WAFC. We've heard tonight that the tennis club is thriving and there's kids swinging from the trees in the streets. Rosalie Park, I know, is struggling to keep up with the demand, and the increase in dwellings means more people in Subi East, so there is definitely demand for more open sports spaces in Subiaco. Under the WAFC, umpires and footballers will come from outside of Subiaco to use our oval, and our own community members will go without. I believe there is far more suitable options outside of Subiaco, such as the WACA. It's not a publicly accessible space, therefore it doesn't take away from local communities. It's currently not being used in summer, which could be easily shared with the cricket in summer and football in the winter. Places such as the MCG, SCG, Gabba, Adelaide Oval, they all support this model, and I think it would work well here in Perth. Thank you.
Speakers for or against the motion? Councillor McMullen.
Maybe I can just ask a question to clarify my understanding of what this motion's suggesting. Is it suggesting that we ask WAFC to leave entirely, or just to cut down their hours? Councillor Stroud might be best placed to answer that.
Councillor Stroud, when you heard Councillor McMullen's question, I kind of had the same thing. It sounded to me like it was open options, as in you're not asking them to do that, but if they'd like to, they could. Is that kind of the answer?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you for giving me the opportunity. The intel that I've received from someone who knows some of the commissioners on WFC is this proposition has actually never been put to them. And until they said, well, get the city to write to us so that we can consider it. So in respect of that, it could be any of those things. It could be relocation. They could read this and think, oh, we had no idea. And as Councillor Blake suggested, there is the WACA, there are alternatives, we could relocate. They could also think, well, okay, no, we don't want to relocate, but in light of what we've read here, the very least we could do is pull back the amount of use and be more cautious of that.
The only comment I can make is, and I'm doing it in totally good faith, because as Mayor I often go to some of these things. So for example, I've spoken to the CEO of the Football Commission about their use at Subiaco Oval. They're being given land at Subiaco East is my understanding, so that is, that's a serious thing once you're starting to be given land as part of an arrangement with the management of football and the state agreement between the Football Commission. That's would be an interesting consideration. I don't think it would just simply be like we'd never thought of it. You know what I mean? Like it's just a serious consideration. The other thing is, from reading about the WACA redevelopment, I don't think that that's gone unnoticed, that there's options for, large sporting groups such as the WA Football Commission before. And perhaps the manager for planning services or another staff member may be able to comment further from an officer level, but certainly at from my perspective as Mayor and championing what the City of Subiaco wants out of the Subiaco Oval and our community use and the whole of the master plan, we have put the position very clearly to the Football Commission that, we do want to have it for our community use, but we do also acknowledge that the Western Australia Football Commission manages football in Western Australia, and we do want, you know, there is benefits. They are members of our community as well. They are training umpires who umpire games. They train development players as they come up through the ranks and go into the different leagues associated with Aussie rules football. And Subiaco has always been the heart of football in Western Australia, and I don't want to lose that. Is there other questions? Or okay, Councillor Nash.
I note the officer's comment that the member's motion is not supported, and that it's maybe inconsistent with Council's recent resolution. We moved the motion on July 2020 to negotiate with the WAFC. Can the relevant staff member elaborate on those concerns? If this motion was to succeed, what's the consequence in terms of the previous motion that we've already moved, whether it's ultra-violent?
Is it Manager for Planning Service?
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Taylor. I'll stay away from the ultra vires, but what I would say is that on the 7th of July, Council endorsed an in principle shared user timing. So we came up with a list of timings, and it was presented, and that was to, you know, negotiate in good faith, and those negotiations actually have progressed with the Department of Education in particular, and we're getting close now. What we do have is some concern if Council now wants to revisit its position, and that position is of the resolution in July, but also the memorandum of understanding that Council has signed with the state government a couple of years ago. So it may be perceived that Council may not want to negotiate in good faith, and we have some concerns around that when we are so far into the process. In saying that, we'd like to move as quick as possible for our local sporting clubs, and you know, we don't really want to delay any further, otherwise we might jeopardise getting them on in the early 2021 season. So I think there are some risks involved, and it looks to be inconsistent with Council's previous position on a couple of occasions.
Councillor McMullen, I think you had your hand up.
WAFC, so my suggestion was that instead of reconsidering their use, we could ask them to reconsider their hours of use. I wouldn't expect that.
I'm just cognizant of what the Manager for Planning Services just said. We had a council decision outlining the hours. It was down to half an hour. There was like half an hour discrepancy. I've been pressuring the WA Football Commission to hurry up and sign the user agreement, and I've been facing questions from our residents and community about getting that deal done. I'm really, really worried that if we don't, that we look like we're not about to have that negotiation in good faith. That is a concern. I'd like to see the user agreement finalised, and I don't want to jeopardise that. Further speakers to the motion? If there's no further speakers, I'll look to Councillor Stroud to close.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to deal with a council resolution passed on the 7th of July, which was an in principle discussion. This was before we received the Development WA Master Plan tonight, which clearly states there's no other opportunity for extra sporting space, so that they're really not entertaining that. And let's face it, they've got no intention. They haven't even looked at capping the railway land and so on. So I believe we are well placed to put this. I don't believe it does conflict with our council resolution, because things have moved on from then. And this is really our last ditch, or we are not going to accommodate this future sporting space for our community. I would happily entertain hours of use as an amendment with the agreement from Councillor Felon, if that would actually get this over the line. So I'm happy to put in reconsider their hours of use. Are you, Councillor Felon, happy with that? He won't? If that may get it over the line, I'm happy to entertain that. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
The motion is lost 3-8. So, councillors, we now continue with our agenda. We have no new business of an urgent nature, so we'll move to item 13. Just give me one moment, please. So, councillors, with item 13 and the meeting to be closed to the public, CEO Fruing just had a couple of words of advice that he wanted to share before we looked at considering that, just in case it would be helpful to council or not.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just as a suggestion, although I see one of the members of the gallery is now leaving, but one way forward dealing with confidential items is if there is no one against the recommendation or there is no one who wishes to speak about it, it could be moved, the motion could be moved in public and then the meeting could be closed after the matter is dealt with. It just saves the perception that we are dealing in secrecy and basically allowing the public to leave without or before the meeting closing, essentially. So, but obviously, if there is an item that you wish clarification on, or you wish to debate the item, then you must go behind closed doors.
So, councillors, did you have a question? You want to debate the item? Yep. Okay, that's what I guess the question was. Do we want to debate the item? Yes. So, councillors, I'll look at the procedural motion 7.18 of the Meeting Procedures Local Law, that the meeting be closed to the public pursuant to section 5.232 C, D and E3 of the Local Government Act 1995 while this item is considered. Do I have a mover and a seconder to go behind closed doors, please? Councillor Rowe. Thank you, Councillor Hammersley. I'll call the vote on that item, please. The motion to go behind closed doors is carried 11-0. Oh, are you good? Okay. So item 13.1, officer's recommendation that council endorses the officer's recommendation contained within this confidential report was carried, and we've now come out from behind closed doors and are at item 14. I declare the City of Subiaco Ordinary Council meeting of the 22nd of September 2020 closed at 9:28 p.m. Thank you, staff and councillors, for your time.